Good morning. Welcome into the Alan Stiles Show.
Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Alan Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Now we go. That's how we do it here. Good morning, everybody. Welcome into the Alan Stiles Show. Scott Marsh filling in as we bring in our cavalcade of show hosts with Alan out. His second newborn is here. Congratulations to Alan. We will try to hold this ship down for the next 4 hours. I'm with Kyle Ledbetter. And Kyle, as you pointed out, I said it could be the Titanic today, but you said there were 4 of us in the room. One of us would still survive. So I guess even in that scenario, somebody's going to make it for the next 4 hours.
Yes, 25% of the people survived the Titanic. So between you, me, Jason, Christopher Laud,
Yes.
It's Chris's birthday, so I guess we
is.
should probably let him survive.
Well, I got to be honest. It's Chris's birthday. Happy birthday to Christopher Laud. And I know he celebrates with the donuts. I heard everybody talking about that with Carmichael, Dave, and Jason. I don't see any of the donuts here, though. I actually walked back into the production room thinking I was going to get one of the birthday donuts, and they're gone.
So this has been a bit they've been doing all
Yes.
morning. Is that, yes, Dave didn't get donuts, but they wanted Dave to think he lost out on donuts.
And he didn't deserve it.
No, I mean, of course not. But
Yeah. What are we going to do? Mail it to him?
plus, the thing is that, like, on Fridays, we do often have donuts in here, but most of the time it's Chris buying the donuts.
I know. It's his birthday. Somebody should have brought the donuts for him.
Probably should have been me, but I forgot it was Chris's birthday until I got here.
Truthfully, it would have been me if I was in on the bit, but I thought there was already massive amounts of donuts here.
No donuts for us.
All right.
After last week's chaos between we had a bunch of donuts, we had
Yes.
crumble cookies
That's
here.
right.
You know, this week we all had to kind of take a break.
No doubt. And speaking of crumble, they'll be here next week. Their birthday is next week.
Celebrity birthday.
Little tease for next week. But right now, we want to get into everything going on in the weekend. Of course, it's a busy Friday in sports, as always, as we're going to cover all the NFL games. Get you ready for that. It's a big college football weekend as well. We've got Dodgers-Giants going on. We've got more Kings talk, which means, of course, more Kuminga talk. Some latest out of that. We'll get you caught up on all of that going on. If you're listening to the show earlier on, Dave and I had a chance to play up at Edgewood yesterday. And if anybody's played up there, you know how spectacular that course is. And one of the things I get to do at this station is to host a golf show every week with Frank LaRosa, Golf to Go with Frank LaRosa. We talk about golf. So one of the things I want to weave in today, for me, Edgewood is probably my favorite course. And I've been able to play a lot of courses. Kyle, I know you're not a golfer, so don't nod off just yet. But with it being the weekend and people getting out and trying to play golf, especially this time of year being the best, as you call in, just let me know what your favorite course is if you play golf. I'm always looking for a new course, new idea, new suggestion. Let us know. Hit us up, 916-339-1140. Would love to know your favorite course and where you might be playing this weekend as well. But Kyle, yesterday, obviously Thursday night football, everybody watching that game from a national standpoint, really watching the Miami sideline as much as they're watching the game, looking at Mike McDaniel, wondering if there's a mic near him, what he might say to blow himself up, what might happen on the field for the Dolphins to blow themselves up. Everybody thought they were going to lose last night. They ended up losing, but it was a much, much better game, very competitive game last night. The Dolphins showed up, played well. They just didn't finish last night. The Bills winning that game.
Yeah, the Miami Dolphins were on, if this goes really badly, are we going to fire our coach watch?
Yeah.
Because I think they have like 11 days until their next game. They play like on a Monday. So this was kind of the long break when teams often fire their coach, and they played probably their best game, and their best game is still losing by 10 points to the Buffalo Bills.
No
but
question. It was a 21-21 game. That roughing the punter call was just a turning point in the game. It's the right call, but Miami's going to get the ball back, a chance to maybe win on the road in Buffalo, one of the toughest places to win. Having said that, it's still a loss. The Dolphins are still 0-3. Mike McDaniel is still one of the worst coaches in front of a microphone. He still has to come out and talk about his team. I mean, they'd made the playoffs 2 of the previous 3 years. Last year didn't happen. Is the hot seat too hot? Is he going to be gone? Do you think he survived to live to the next week?
Well, he definitely survived to next week. I mean, the Dolphins
Definitely.
I think definitely makes it to week 4. I mean,
Okay.
to get fired 3 games into a season is
Yeah.
almost unprecedented, but things had gotten so bad in Miami that it was possible that Mike McDaniel was going to get the axe this early into the season, and everyone was just going to, goodbye Tyreek Hill, goodbye whatever veterans they have left on that defense and offensive line. We're just going to go to the bottom, get a top pick, new coach will come in. They can't really move on from Tua, but they, if the right quarterback was available, I'm sure they would think about it. But this performance, I'll say, I think calms a lot of the apprehension people had going into the week, knowing that this is their hardest game of the season at Buffalo on a Thursday night, and they actually did okay. Probably delays the inevitable, which is that, yes, Mike McDaniel's probably going to get fired.
And I agree with what you're saying. If you're just looking at the X's and O's of this, I don't think there's justification to let go of Mike McDaniel yet. I think overall the body of work's been pretty good. But when you take into account some of his press conferences and just how terrible they have gone, and I don't know if we have the audio from Mike McDaniel, and obviously he's taking a lot of heat for some of the things he said in the last couple of weeks. And you throw that in combined, and like you said, on a long 10-day layoff, maybe, I don't know, but it definitely feels close for Mike McDaniel.
Here's the fun one that we played earlier this week.
Right,
where to win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
Yes, the famous win the game you don't lose. Also, this was him talking about his job security.
Right,
I think if I worry about my job security, I won't be doing my job. I've never felt entitled to this position. There's a lot of people affected. So, yeah, I won't spend one moment thinking about all the things that people want me to think about.
All right. I have no problem with that. Like that to me is an actually good response. That's not, I don't think a comment that he's been taking criticism about. And the other one he's just doing is Bill Belichick. The problem is he's not Bill Belichick, at least not right now. And we'll see what happens with Mike McDaniel. We can talk about that. We can talk anything NFL. I want to get into our NFL picks at some point in the show as well. Let's make sure we do that. We've got to talk a lot of 49ers here. 2-0 at home, taking on a 2-0 Arizona team that comes in. The NFC West has been the surprise of NFL right now, just how good the conference is. The Rams are 2-0. The Niners are 2-0. You got the Cardinals coming in at 2-0, and the Seahawks have played well with a big win against Pittsburgh after almost beating the Niners at home.
They were one Tonjes touchdown that was the most improbable catch of the season from being 2-0.
No doubt. So the NFC West looks good. So this is a big game right now. If the Niners can get this, especially if Purdy doesn't play, to be 3-0 right now, all against, NFC opponents, 2 of them in your division, that's huge.
Yeah, and coming out of practice yesterday, it's looking like it's going to be Mac Jones.
Sounds like it.
Yeah, Brock might be like the emergency third quarterback or something like that, but I would imagine it's going to be a Mac Jones versus Kyler Murray battle for the division. I know it's week 3, but it is looking like it's going to be Mac Jones and some combination of receivers. Juwan Jennings didn't practice. We'll see if he plays. Obviously no Kittle, no Ayuk. Kendrick Bourne is still back. We'll see what they end up putting out on the field, but it's going to be a lesser version of the Niners at full strength versus the Cardinals, mostly at full strength. I think their corners might be out.
Yeah, no, but the Cardinals are the best team that they will have played up to date. I don't think there's any question about that one.
No, the Spencer Rattler Saints are not exactly striking fear in the hearts of opponents.
No, absolutely not. So this will be a great challenge for them. And, here's the deal. I mean, had a chance to hear Greg Papa on earlier, and Mac Jones, I think he can quarterback this Niners team. I mean, we saw it with Sam Darnold earlier. Mac Jones fits the system well. He played well last week. I understand it's New Orleans, but I saw him play in preseason. I know that's preseason too. I thought he played pretty well there. And I just couldn't help thinking about it again in the whole long line with the Niners. They could have taken Mac Jones when they took Trey Lance. Now they have Mac Jones anyways, right? And they've got Brock Purdy. So it seems like it's worked out pretty well for the Niners.
Time is but a circle, Scott, right? Is that originally if Kyle Shanahan had his way, he would have stuck at 12 and picked Mac Jones. And once they traded up to 3, they knew they couldn't justify trading all those picks for Mac Jones. But now he has Mac Jones, and he is Kyle. I've joked for the past couple of weeks, they may not win as many games as they would with Brock Purdy, but Kyle Shanahan is never going to be happier than scheming up plays for Mac Jones, because all Mac Jones does well is throw short completions accurately and run play action. And that's all Kyle Shanahan wants to do with his scripted plays, is just short completions, play action, and occasional deep throws.
Yeah, he fits the system well. There's no question about that. And it was a great pickup for the 49ers in the offseason. It will be interesting to see if Purdy can play as long as McCaffrey can stay healthy, right? And that's, I mean, he has, but it's been tenuous here in the first couple of weeks.
I mean, he was on the injury report week 1 with the calf, and everyone saw that, and they're like, oh my God. It's like when other players have back injuries, and you see back, and it's like, uh-oh, you can't mess with the back. You see calf or Achilles for Christian McCaffrey, and it's just like, oh my God, this is panic time. Who knows when he's going to be on the field? But he's been out there, and John Lynch was on their flagship station and was talking about, like, according to our numbers or analytics, it was the most efficient game Christian McCaffrey's ever had on the 49ers week 2.
No, he was great. And get over 100 yards from scrimmage, the receiving, the passing, everything he's done has been great. And, you know, Ricky Pearsall has been good so far early on too.
I mean, stepping in as, I guess, de facto wide receiver 1. I mean, I know Juwan Jennings is playing, but between the shoulder and now the ankle.
Pearsall is their go-to guy right now.
I mean, pretty much, which is weird to say considering, you know, last year it was like, well, they've got Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk and Juwan Jennings. Is Pearsall even going to find the field? And now all of a sudden he's thrust in as the wide receiver 1 or the number 1 target. And it's been serviceable. They're 2-0. Offense is still above average. Obviously, Christian McCaffrey helps with that, but Ricky Pearsall is nobody's wide receiver 1 going into the season, and here he is filling the role.
No doubt. All right. Again, our phone numbers. You want to join us? You can hit us up 1-800-920-1140, 916-339-1140. We'd love to hear from you. You can text us as well. We'll read those out over the air again at 916-339-1140. And with the Rams this week, they take on Philadelphia. So good chance the Rams are going to get their first loss. If the Niners can win on Sunday, you would think they'd have a game lead on everybody right now early on.
Yeah, that Rams-Eagles game is big only because the 49ers don't play a team as difficult as the Eagles all season. So if the Rams drop that game, there's your game advantage over the rest of the division. And yeah, I mean, that's probably the game of the week between Rams and Eagles. I mean, I know the Rams are not the same team that they were 4 years ago, and they have some holes in certain places. They also don't have Aaron Donald anymore, but they've essentially just swapped out Cooper Kupp for Puka Nacua and Kyron Williams for, you know, insert running back here during the Super Bowl run. I think it was Cam Akers at one point, and they've just kind of picked up right where they left off with the offense. At least it's still top 10 in the league. They can score against pretty much any defense. So they're probably the front runners for the division right now, I would guess, given all the Niner injury situation.
I don't know about that because, again, maybe if you're just matching up team for team, perhaps, but you got to match up schedule for schedule too. And the Rams have a much tougher schedule than the Niners. They're playing a first place schedule. Your case in point right now, they're playing the Eagles this Sunday. I mean, so just from that respect alone, you got to like the Niners' chances.
Yeah, and the Niners, I think they get a last place schedule, which I think the only real difference is like they play the Bears and the Giants, and the Rams have to play the Eagles and I guess the Lions at some point throughout the season. But I think 14 of the 17 games are all the same for all the NFC West teams.
Playing the same outside AFC division.
They all get the AFC South and NFC South, which is the lucky break for everyone. I know the Rams have already played the Titans already this season, or the Texans, and
they've played both the Texans and the Titans.
Yeah. Yep. So they've already checked the AFC South boxes, and the Niners are checking the NFC South, and the Cardinals are checking the NFC South. Everyone's going to get to play all those teams, and it should go for them.
Yeah, no, you're right. But that's a huge difference in the schedule. I mean, having to play Philly and Detroit, way different than what the Niners have. But, of course, they're going to play 2 times this week or this year anyway, so we'll find out what goes on between the 49ers and the Rams. All right, if you want to talk about the 49ers, we can certainly do that. We're going to get into the Kuminga conversation, get you caught up on the latest on that as well. How is that going to be resolved? I'll give you my take on that in just a little bit as well. But everything, all NFL, of course, as we go into week 3 in the season. You mentioned it, Kyle. The marquee game is probably LA Philly. What else do you like in this week's schedule of games?
Well, I don't like all the AFC and NFC South teams playing against each other. You can kind of skip past those games. AFC West-wise, the Broncos-Chargers game is pretty interesting. I know it seems like everyone was either in the Broncos are going to be really good camp or the Chargers are going to be really good camp. And so far, it looks like the Chargers have kind of taken the cake in that respect.
Well, and let's be honest about it, too. The Broncos should be 2-0.
The Broncos probably should be 2-0, although... What do you think about the Daniel Jones Colts? Because I feel like your opinion of the Broncos is affected by how you feel about the Colts.
I didn't say the Broncos were better than the Chargers. I just said the Broncos should be 2-0. I mean, that I've heard it explained to me hundreds of times what happened at the end of the game. And technically, by the letter of the rule, it's a personal foul when the guy puts his hand on the center, making the snap to kick a game-winning 60-yard field goal that didn't go in. But a 15-yard penalty and a re-kick on a 45-yard field goal, that should not happen that late in the game. That penalty should have been picked up.
Yes, that part is fair. And I only bring it up to say, again, some people will say the Broncos should have won. Others will say, what are you doing being that close at the end of the game with the Daniel Jones Colts?
Sure.
Which, again...
That's why I'm saying I don't think they're great.
Yeah.
But still.
But also the Chargers have looked really, really good. And
here's the thing with me with the Chargers. Why is anybody surprised about this? Jim Harbaugh, to me, is maybe the most underrated coach in football. I mean, all he does is win everywhere he goes. And I hear so many people who I talk to just bash Jim Harbaugh. I don't get it. I mean, you look where he started, University of San Diego, won there, went to Stanford, won at Stanford at a program that's not easy to win at, goes to the Niners, won there, goes
right
to
away.
the Super Bowl right away, didn't win the big game, but took the team to the Super Bowl, goes to Michigan, wins the national championship, comes to San Diego back. Why would you not think with Justin Herbert and the team that he has that the Chargers aren't going to be big? I mean, his footprint, again, huge offensive lineman, pound the football, protect the quarterback, same offensive coordinator in Vic Fangio. I mean, like, why are we not thinking this guy is not going to be successful there?
Well, I think what's been so interesting is the way that they've won so far, too. It's been by predominantly airing out the football and getting Justin Herbert moving on play action, which I get running quarterback is the Greg Roman offense.
Sure.
You know,
Greg Roman offense, Vic Fangio on defense. Sorry.
Yeah. It's Vic Fangio, I don't think is there. I think he's in Philadelphia.
I think you're right about
that.
Yep.
But I know last year they brought over the defensive coordinator from Michigan. I don't know if he's still there, though. Was it Minter or whatever?
Yeah,
but
Minter, Josh Minter.
Yeah,
yep.
I don't know if he's still there, but he was. But anyways, Quentin Johnston, who everyone thought was just going to be completely phased out in this new offense and had a terrible first year, he's got 3 touchdowns and like 200 yards in the first 2 games of the season so far. The Chargers, look, disdain for the Chargers would be the way that I phrase it at this point as a San Diegan, but they look really good.
They do.
They're going to be... Look, any team in the league they can beat because of having that quarterback and the ability to run and throw on offense. That keeps you in the games in the modern NFL. But they have a chance to really put teams away this year, and that's something you haven't been able to say about the Chargers basically the entire time Herbert's been there.
No doubt. It's Jesse Minter, defensive coordinator. There you go, along with Greg Roman to get that straightened up. But again, I don't understand the negative talk about Jim Harbaugh. I mean, sure, maybe he doesn't stay 20 years in one place, but how many head coaches in this era actually do that either? He's just moved up. I mean,
so my kind of feeling on Harbaugh, because I'm not the biggest Harbaugh person, but my kind of point is not that he wasn't going to succeed in the NFL. It was that he was not necessarily being set up in the greatest position going to the Chargers at the time that he took that job.
Yeah. Well, it's better than if he had taken the Bears job a year earlier. And why did Chicago not hire Jim Harbaugh?
Why did the Vikings not hire Jim Harbaugh? Now, they got Kevin O'Connell and everything worked out, but, I mean, the league was telling you Jim Harbaugh wasn't desirable. He did God knows how many interviews at the Michigan job trying to get back to the NFL, and the league was telling you we don't want Jim Harbaugh. And then they win they go to the college football playoff, then they win the national championship the following year.
Yep.
And at that point, the reputation around Harbaugh started to change because they were real close to firing him at Michigan, which
true early on.
Yeah. And that's kind of the ebb and flow of coaching that I think oftentimes we don't have patience for.
But just tell me one place he hasn't succeeded at.
Well, it was looking like it was going to be Michigan.
Yeah, but the standard at Michigan above and beyond anything else, but he got the job done.
Yeah, they eventually got there, right? I think it was the COVID year. They were going to fire him if he had lost, he lost to Ohio State 6 times in a row, and they were like, oh, this thing isn't working out. And then look at Michigan now and what eventually came to be. And again, all the credit in the world to Harbaugh for righting that ship. I just didn't think it would work specifically with the Chargers because of the situation he had inherited, and they've done great.
They have. I mean, not only do they have the 2-game advantage on Kansas City right now, but they also have a game up on Kansas City. I mean, they beat them already. Yeah. I mean, and people, again, the Chiefs are a good team, right? Do I think they're a playoff team? They are. But again, facts are facts. 12% of teams that lose their first 2 games make the playoffs. I understand most teams that lose 2 games are bad teams. I understand that the Chiefs are not, but there is something to be said about getting off to a bad start too. So, I'm not saying Kansas City won't be a playoff team, but when you go down 2 games to a team, I mean, that is huge. Especially in an NFL season that's only got 17 games.
Well, we did this exercise earlier this week. 12% is basically 1 in 9 chance to make the playoffs after starting 0-2. And if you look at the 0-2 teams, it is the Jets, the Dolphins now 0-3, Kansas City, the Browns, the Titans, the Saints, the Giants, the Bears.
Right. You would pick out one of those 9 teams that will probably make it, right?
It would probably be Kansas City, and it probably will be Kansas City. But they have like fundamental it's not like past years where it's like, oh, the schemes are different or they're dropping back on Mahomes. They have like roster construction
and
issues.
Let's not forget they won 17 straight 1-possession games. At some point that catches up with you,
especially when they didn't really make that many big improvements this offseason, which granted they were just in their third straight.
Their wide receiving crew right now is nothing.
Yeah, I've joked that the 4 receivers in the playoffs will not be the 4 receivers playing right now.
For sure, a lot of injuries there. All right, we're underway here. Again, this is Scott Marsh filling in for Alan Stiles. Kyle Ledbetter here as well. We're here till 2 o'clock. We're going to talk all things Niners, NFL. We'll get into the Kings when we come back as well. Some other NBA news. We're going to talk college football. Of course, that's a real passion of mine. I get a chance to do the UC Davis games here for the station. I'm a big college football guy. It's another big college football weekend. We'll talk about that as well. Anything else you want to as well. And please share with me if you're going to be golfing this weekend, what course you're playing, what course is your favorite. As you can see, if you're watching on our YouTube page, subscribe to us at Sacktown Sports. I have my Edgewood Tahoe pullover that I got yesterday there. My favorite course, got a chance to play there yesterday. What is yours? What would you recommend if you're heading out to get on the greens over the weekend? This is Sacktown Sports 1140.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Elk Grove Honda.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. Your Friday forecast starts out a little soggy. We've got cloudy skies and the occasional shower, which may make those roadways a bit damp for the morning drive. For the afternoon, though, these skies will brighten up as these showers clear out and temperatures will warm to the low 80s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
At Elk Grove Honda, we've acquired some of the best pre-owned cars we can find. Whether you purchase a new Honda or a like-new pre-owned Honda, Elk Grove Honda has the right Honda at the right price. In the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 and Elk Grove Boulevard, or elkgrovehonda.com.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs. allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Are you thinking about buying a new car? Well, maybe you're on the fence. Let me help you out. Kyle Draper here from Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. From the first time I stepped into the MP of Stockton showroom, I knew I made the right choice. I settled on the all-electric EQS SUV. It's comfortable, stylish, and most importantly, it's safe. Mercedes-Benz has the reputation of making the finest cars in the world. Now it's your turn to experience what I already know. Mercedes-Benz of Stockton is the best car buying experience you'll ever have. It's just a short drive down I-5 or anytime at mbfstockton.com.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic, made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-353-9900. That's 800-353-9900.
When I was a kid, I remember my dad, a lineman, leaving in the middle of the night. Families were depending on him to get their power back on to keep them safe and warm. Watching him taught me that this work isn't just about wires and circuits. It's about people and the trust they place in us when the lights go out. That's why I started Maverick Electric Heating and Air, to carry on that same promise of showing up, doing it right, and protecting families when they need us most. Visit callamaverick.com.
Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room with primetime football. It's back. Capital Casino is giving away $500 per game in high hand bonuses for every Sunday, Monday, and Thursday night primetime game, offering the best food, best service, and the best action with the most variety of games in the region, and conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com, and please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Live and local.
It's Alan Stiles
on Sacktown Sports.
Welcome back into the Alan Stiles Show right here, Sacktown Sports 1140. Scott Marsh filling in today for Alan. He's going to be out for a few weeks. Second newborn. Congrats to Alan. Alan and his beautiful wife and baby are doing well, which means we're holding down the fort here. You've had a lot of different people you've been working with, Kyle. You've been the one constant.
Yeah, let's see. So I was with Dave and Jason last Monday, Brennan and Sean Cunningham, a few days with Jose, our boss. Chris Watkins was in here for a couple days. Whitey did a day.
Yes.
Now you.
Yes.
It's been quite
Who's next?
Yeah, quite a revolving door the last 2 weeks of people I've gotten the privilege of doing the show
How
with.
was it working with your boss? How was it working with Jose?
Well, Jose did great. I mean, it's almost like he's done this before, you know?
I know, exactly. I wouldn't expect you to say anything else.
I will not.
I know you won't.
I will make sure to.
Of course. All right, if you want to join the program, 916-339-1140. We're with you until 2 o'clock, until the drive, guys. We'll get you ready for that. Again, anything 49ers, NFL, Kings, anything in the world of sports, give us a call. 916-339-1140. All right, Kyle, let's get into the Kuminga situation. I know that has been the biggest talking point on this station for weeks now.
Yes.
For weeks.
Kaminga Watch is what we're calling it.
It
We're
is.
on day 77? 78?
It's been a long time. This story has dragged out forever.
Yeah, and it's going to keep going, I think, right up until the deadline. The deadline being, of course, October 1st, when
they have to make a qualifying offer, the Golden State Warriors.
Their decision has to be made. Although Whitey brought up, weirdly, that if both parties agree to move back the date, you can. Now, the Warriors are like, why would we move back the date? So it's not going to happen. But that's just a fun quirk in the whole thing.
That is interesting, but that is not going to happen. You're right about that. So, again, so many options out there that we'll talk about from the Warriors side, first of all, and really with Kuminga. I mean, the thing that's picking up some steam, I don't think it's going to happen, is actually just offering him the 1-year contract qualifying option for the year, and then he becomes an unrestricted free agent at the end of next year. I don't think that'll be the final ending place in this whole situation.
I would guess not, although
that's almost like putting on the tag in football, right?
I mean, it's even worse than that from the Warriors standpoint, because like the franchise tag in football, the team is like, okay, we get something out of it. It's actually advantageous to the team. The Warriors, while they would save a lot of money if he took the qualifying offer, their roster construction would be pretty screwed, because essentially Kuminga would just leave at the end of the summer and they would get basically nothing for him. But
he could leave. I mean, there is a potential they could sign him back. It's unlikely. They wouldn't have the restricted free agent status.
Well, yeah, or the ability to trade him. Part of the conversation with all of this is that they need the slot, the money slot, in order to make a trade. And that's why they're offering around $24 million is
right. 3 years, 72 mil is kind of what's been,
but with a team option instead of a player option.
Right.
But that was not always the offer on the table. The Warriors now have offered him basically 2 years, $48 million, with a team option for the third year that, unless Kuminga turns into an all-star, the Warriors are most definitely going to decline.
Yeah.
At which point he would hit free agency in summer of 2027. The qualifying offer, obviously he'd hit free agency, but his dollar value would be lower, so you couldn't really match him in a trade, which is why, according to Anthony Slater and Shams, the Warriors are like, okay, if you're going to take the qualifying offer, we'll just give you a 1-year offer at 20-something million, but you have to give up your no trade clause. Not sure.
Happen.
I mean, it could happen if they buy him out of his no trade clause, basically.
Potentially.
That's like a last case scenario for the Warriors.
I think so,
that
too.
they want to do.
No doubt. But this qualifying offer, it's kind of like the 1-year deal. It's similar to the deal with the Kings and Keon Ellis, essentially.
In a lot of ways, yeah. I mean, the Kings, in theory, could trade Keon Ellis, but the Warriors could not without Kuminga's permission, because of having the no trade clause at the end, which complicates the situation for Golden State, because the name we keep hearing connected that they really, really want is Trey Murphy. If they can get Trey Murphy and use Kuminga to get Trey Murphy, they would do it tomorrow. Now, Trey Murphy's not available, but if the Pelicans do what we all think is going to happen and play really bad to start the season, maybe then the Warriors make that offer they can't refuse.
Yeah, no, that's interesting. And of course, we are waiting to see what the Kings and how they're going to be involved with this, of course, too. I mean, I do believe the Kings want Kuminga.
They've said as much. Doug Christie and Scott Perry, through his agent, Kuminga's agent, have said, like, yeah, we've met They're enthusiastic. It was reported, I can't remember if it was Brett Siegel or Anthony Slater, that he's been promised a starting power forward position if he were to go to the Kings or Suns, which the Suns can't really trade for him. But
no, they can't.
He's been promised a starting power forward position. The Kings offer is 3 years, $63 million, which is what Sam Amick reported. So the Kings are enthusiastic.
Wherever he ends up, do you feel like Kuminga is a power forward? I mean, that's the rub I have right now with Kuminga. Is he truly a 4?
See, that's a tough conversation because it depends how you want to build your defense.
Sure.
Right? If you have, for example, Chet Holmgren and Isaiah Hartenstein, well, then Kuminga's a 3. But if you have Domantas Sabonis and Keegan Murray,
sure.
Well, Keegan Murray, I know, is not a power forward. He should be a wing. And the Kings kind of play him at the wing, but he's forced to defend 4s. So I think defensively, Kuminga is a 4. Offensively, it's all very flexible in the NBA. And especially it would be so in this offense where Sabonis is often the point center.
No question. And the versatility, playing multiple positions, that is the real plus, I think, for the Kings. That's why I like them trying to go after Kuminga. Obviously, what's the price tag in the whole thing? That's what it comes down to, of course. The other X factor for me is Nick Clifford and how he's going to fit in. And if he's going to get significant playing time, I mean, again, we watched him in Summer League and he shined bright. We also know that's Summer League, right? So we know he's a rookie. We also know he's not a young rookie. He's older than Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah.
So his playing time dictates how much you're willing to invest too. In what role? Is Clifford a 3? Is he going to be your 2? Like, how does the combination, the nucleus of Kuminga, Murray, Clifford all work together in the mix? Not just for the first 50 games of this experiment, but if you're going to get Kuminga, you're talking about a 4-5 year commitment. You've got Keegan Murray, who's coming up on commitment time. So how does that all shake out in the mix?
That's what the big question is, right? Because the reality is right now, 4 of the Kings' 6 core players, as I look at it, are all shooting guards.
Mm-hmm.
You've got DeRozan, you've got Lavine, you've got Monk, and you've got Ellis.
Yep.
I'm very surprised that all 4 of them are expected to come back for training camp, that they didn't make a move this summer, but that's the reality of the situation. And so Nick Clifford and I think the other one is Devin Carter, how they kind of fit into the picture is kind of, sometimes you're going to play, sometimes you're not right now.
It's unknown. It's definitely unknown. And again, the scenario with DeMar and Lavine and how that's going to play out also, assuming both on the roster. We know they play together in Chicago. We saw them play late in the year together too, but could DeMar be coming off the bench?
If Jonathan Kuminga were a Sacramento King, it would be an inevitability because Kuminga is going to start at the power forward and Keegan's going to start at the 3. So there's just no spot for him, which I think the Kings acknowledge, like, hey, I think DeMar, we're going to try and do right by you. We know this isn't ideal. We're sorry. Let's see what we can do.
Yep. All right. And so, again, that leads us, when we come back, we're going to talk about the Kings. Can they improve from the second half of last season post De'Aaron Fox? Want to get your thoughts on that, everything else going on in the sports world as well. Give us a call, 916-339-1140. Feel free to text us too. We'll read out those texts. It's the Alan Stiles Show right here, Sacktown Sports 1140.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The deals are on now at the model year-end sales event at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? Save on year-end models and drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda. Go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents it's local, but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-838-6767. That's 800-838-6767.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Just announced, Stockton Honda has been named #1 of California's best car dealers in 2025 by USA Today and Statista. This prestigious award is based on thousands of customer reviews and recommendations, ranking dealerships for service, value, and satisfaction. Out of hundreds evaluated, Stockton Honda is proud to be #1, recognized for all-around excellence and commitment to our customers. Visit Stockton Honda, where reputation meets the road.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave letting you know Amy's Outdoor Living's huge inventory reduction warehouse sale is back this Saturday and Sunday only from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. at 11255 Pyrites Way. That's Suite 200 in Gold River. Listen, they are making room for holiday items and 2026 furniture models, so everything is drastically reduced to move. 2 days only, you will find pre-tariff prices on patio furniture, umbrellas, scratch and dent, and demoed grills. Plus, Traeger flat-top grills are priced to fly out the door. Uni pizza ovens, one of this year's hottest models, must go, because they need the room. It's a sale you just can't miss, and it's just 2 days only, so bring your truck. Amy's Outdoor Living Inventory Reduction Warehouse Sale this Saturday, this Sunday only from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. at 11255 Pyrites Way, Suite 200 in Gold River. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Hey, sports fans, finally a horror film with a football twist. Check out Him, the IMAX experience, playing this week at the Esquire IMAX Theater in downtown Sacramento.
In this game, violence is rewarded, so learn to enjoy it.
Greatness demands sacrifice. The next great quarterback descends into a world of terror and trains into something darker. The best theater to experience Him is on the Esquire IMAX Theater 6-story screen. Grab your reserved seats today at IMAX.com/Sacramento.
It's Laramie the Golden Retriever with Vince Bloom the big guy.
The weather's getting cooler, but at Folsom Lake Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram, the deals are hotter than ever.
How do you mean, Vince?
It's the Drive Into Fall event, and prices are falling like leaves on every Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, and Ram in stock. Listen.
During the Drive Into Fall event at Folsom Lake Dodge, save over $6,500 net savings off MSRP on a new 2025 Jeep Wrangler 2-door Sport. That's over 17% off.
And I've got 5 at this hot deal.
Or rustle up over $10,000 off a new 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Limited. Over 19% off.
The Drive Into Fall at Folsom Lake Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. Even Laramie knows now is the time for a deal. Right, Laramie?
At Folsom Lake Dodge.
In the Folsom Auto Mall and online at FolsomLakeDodge.com.
Wrangler includes $44.85 dealer discount plus $2,000 in national retail bonus cash. VIN SE 658348. Grand Cherokee includes $45.25 dealer discount plus $5,500 in national retail loyalty and select inventory bonus cash. VINs S8667701, 629-387, 6694-58. See dealer for details. Expires 9/30/25.
Listen to the 49er Rewind daily. Brought to you by Mountain Mike's Pizza, the official pizza of the 49ers. Mountain Mike's Pizza. Pizza the way it ought to be.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sacktown Sports.
Welcome back into the Alan Stiles Show right here, Sacktown Sports. Scott Marsh here with Kyle Ledbetter, taking you until 2 o'clock today. We'll get you ready for the drive, guys. Of course, Niners big game on Sunday. We've been talking all things 49ers, all things NFL, another big NFL college football weekend. We can talk about all of that. And, of course, we always talk Kings right here on Sacktown Sports. I can't believe it, but Media Day is a week from Monday. Training camp opens a week from Tuesday. The season is virtually here. We can't wait. Now, Kyle, you always put together this great outline for the show. Obviously, I'm just filling in here, so I'm reading through it, and I appreciate the detail and everything else. But I got to say, when we got to this segment, my eyes kind of bugged out a little bit because I was trying to figure out what you were meaning by the segment. Now I get it because I've actually read through it during the break here. The headline was kind of like, are the Kings going to be better after the Fox trade? It's the way I took it. Okay. I don't think that's how you meant it. The topics, how will the Kings, or will they improve from the second half of last season? You're pointing out a lot of stats between post-De'Aaron Fox and the Zack Lavine trade.
Yes.
And trying to use that as a counterpoint. I think in the big picture of things, can the Kings be better after the De'Aaron Fox trade is a different conversation from what we were getting in with that.
No, it was more so saying here's how they did last year in a 32 game sample. With gone are De'Aaron Fox, Kevin Huerter, and I guess Jordan McLaughlin, and in were Zack Lavine, Jake LaRavia, and Jonas Valanciunas.
Right.
The Kings were
LaRavia is gone now. Valanciunas is gone now,
and in their places are Maxime Reynaud and Jake LaRavia, and Nick Clifford, which we'll see how much each of those can fill the role as rookies.
Yeah. So bottom line is the Kings were 15 and 17 post trade. Okay. 17th in the NBA, average 115 points, middle of the pack NBA, a rating of 119 offensively, just outside the top 10. Defensive rating was 119.2, lower third. Net rating was hovering around 20 in the NBA last season.
Yes, they were an average they were an above average offense, below average defense, and it all kind of evened out to right in the middle.
Okay. Well, if you look at the roster right now, based on where it was from the end of last season, right? We're talking about the rookies coming in, seeing what role that is going to play. Obviously, you're losing out on your reserve center in Valanciunas, who seemed to be a good fit.
Yeah,
to me, no doubt. Salary cap move. Him and Sabonis had good chemistry, good backup there. So front line for the Kings still has to be addressed.
You've essentially swapped out your super substitute center for a starting point guard. Whether that makes noticeable improvement, I'm not sure, but that's the decision that they went with.
Well, and no doubt. And the Kings had to get a point guard. We understand that because the biggest thing in these stats here going 15 and 17, the one thing you didn't have down was what was the turnovers like post De'Aaron Fox. So they had to get Schroeder. We understand that. And you get a veteran point guard. And if the sacrifice for that is Valanciunas, I think, you don't want to lose either, but if you're choosing, you had to make that choice.
Yeah. I know at first they had tried to move Malik Monk to try and balance out the guard rotation a little bit more. They still have interest in bringing in Russell Westbrook. I know they did back in July. They haven't been able to add Russell Westbrook without clearing out the guard rotation in their mind. Now, I think if they don't land Kuminga, I think they're still going to bring in Russell Westbrook if they want to bring in Russell Westbrook, but they have waited to see if they can balance out the roster a little bit more. And so far, they haven't been able to do that because they moved a center for a point guard, both of which are, I think Valanciunas could still be a starter in this league, but they're kind of on the fringe of being starter versus backup.
They're definitely top 8 players. No doubt. And Valanciunas, yeah, he's key reserve if he's not starting. We understand that. So, and the thing with Westbrook, it's not just like he's sitting there waiting for the Kings to sign him.
Are we sure? We haven't heard any other offers.
You don't think a team will pick up Westbrook at some point before training camp start and the season gets started?
I think that if another team was offering Westbrook a rotational role, I think he probably would have taken it by now.
Okay.
So I genuinely think this is his only offer right now, unless it's like a minimum, you're going to play like Chris Paul. They told Chris Paul, you're not going to play sometimes, but you're going to play more other times.
Westbrook will be on an NBA roster this year. You don't think so?
In what capacity?
Because that's what the rub is.
Yeah. Right? It seems like Westbrook is not ready to take a minimum contract to do what Chris Paul is going to do with the Clippers.
No, and nor should he. Do you think Westbrook is a minimum player right now?
I just don't know the team.
Yeah.
I don't know the team other than Sacramento, who has 800 guards. I don't know who the team is that would bring in Russell Westbrook.
Well, I mean, that was the whole deal in Denver, right? That was the whole, I mean, one of the main things about Michael Malone last year, that they didn't feel like, he was playing Westbrook too much, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, that's on a good team that was competing for a championship.
But the flip side to that is at some point during the season, they made the conclusion, because he was starting when they came to Sacramento in December, and they made the call, we will be better with Christian Braun, Christian Braun in the starting lineup than Russell Westbrook. And they made the move, and they were absolutely correct. They were much better with Christian Braun in the starting lineup. So that's the tough thing I see, is like Westbrook obviously is nobody's starting point guard right now, because no one's going to give him that runway. Now, again, if he were to come to the Kings and Schroeder got hurt, they could put him in as the starter, but no one's handing the keys to him and saying play 30 minutes.
Was Denver clearly better, though? And I like Christian Braun, too. So, but I mean, it's not like Denver won the championship last year.
No, but they were in a big losing streak in February, and then they made the switch.
Every team goes through funks.
But they made the lineup switch.
They also fired Michael Malone 3 games before the postseason, so you can't tell me that they were doing great afterwards, right?
They were not killing it.
No,
but they ended the losing streak by putting Westbrook on the bench and having Brown start. And the Nuggets were nobody's champion. I mean, they went to 7 games with the Thunder, I will say, but no, Jokic was kind of the reason they were in it at all. Jokic made up for many of the other mistakes.
And OKC was way better.
But
it was a great series. The
fact they got to 7, I was surprised by.
Great coaching job. And I loved seeing Adelman, and that part was great. But my point is, in the big picture, Russell Westbrook still has value in this league. There's no doubt about it. So all I was trying to say initially, then we'll move on from, is I'm not just convinced. I think there will be several teams as we get closer to camp start of the season that will make a move for Russell Westbrook.
We'll see. I just don't. I'm looking around. I can't find him.
The thing I find interesting about Westbrook, if you talk to anybody who's been around him, like, they will tell you what a great teammate he is, and we understand his weaknesses, right? We get
the
his
worst
shooting
volume
limitations. We understand that, but we sometimes forget his strengths.
Oh, for
which
sure,
are good too. So I don't know. We'll see about that. Let's get back to your point. I didn't mean to jump too far off the limb here, but the Kings improving from last year's second half. I mean, the fact that they will have been together more than 30 games by itself, you think they will just improve because of that. The fact that the coaching situation is now fully stabilized and Doug Christie has his system in an off season to put his system in, you think just looking at it, they will be better because of that.
Yeah, and we can go into it after the break too if we want.
Sure.
But the idea is your 2 best players have to be better than they were those first 30 games of last year. Some way, somehow, Zack Lavine and Domantas Sabonis are going to have to be better players in order to see sizable improvement.
I'm going to push back on that, because Sabonis, how is he going to be better? I mean, Sabonis has been incredible, and he's giving you everything he possibly can. Where does Sabonis get better?
Well, we can talk about that on the other side since we have a short amount of time. But Karl Anthony Towns got to the Knicks, and he made a leap. Number of centers have leapfrogged Sabonis in the proverbial conversation right now, and that's just the name of the game, is that you've got to be one of the all-NBA centers year after year if this team wants a chance to compete with you as their best player.
Sure. And Towns went to a championship caliber team and was used differently too.
Exactly. And now Sabonis inherits a completely new roster.
All right. I'm hearing you. I'm not going to totally jump on that. Lavine will be interesting, because if you look at his numbers, they were as good here as they've been where he was at. So I would ask the same question about where you think Zack Lavine is going to improve.
That one might be a volume question and the type of offense that the Kings want to run, because last year was his most efficient season.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's carry that over through the break. I think it's a good conversation. I do want to get into, in addition to 49ers NFL, Dodgers Giants. We've got the rivalry going on. Clayton Kershaw announcing his retirement. Where are the Giants at in the playoff picture? Where are the Dodgers at in the playoff picture? This 4-game set down in LA. We'll talk about that and a lot more. We're through 1 hour here. We've got 3 more to go. It's the Alan Stiles Show here. Sacktown Sports 1140.
Everyone has a past, but what happens if you've made mistakes and made good on that past, but it keeps following you? Are you looking for an attorney to erase past records and restore your rights? Maybe even restore your gun rights? Do you need a reputable criminal defense attorney who knows even good people make bad mistakes? Well, the attorneys at Gonzalez Law Office are here to help. Find Gonzalez Law Office online at ZachLegalDefense.com or call them at 916-304-9187. We don't settle for less, and neither should you.
This very minute at the Hagen Oaks Driving Range, you'll find fun gaming on all 52 Top Tracer screens where golfers and newbies enjoy the fun together. Compete against friends at the Hagen Oaks Driving Range or play 9 holes on the McKenzie Putting Course. Enjoy the summer-long free concert schedule and visit the Hangout Eats and Dreams for wood-fired pizzas, burgers, ice cream, and more. Or relax with a beverage. It's happening all summer long at the Hagen Oaks Driving Range, nightly until midnight. Fulton Avenue at Business 80.
Now's the time to get into that Ram 1500. It's a drive and fall event at Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, where they offer the lowest prices in town. They have the biggest and best selection and unmatched customer service. And right now, 0% financing. 0% financing for 72 months on the new 2025 Ram 1500. There's a reason why people are coming from all over to Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. It's because it's the place where a handshake still means something. Centrally located right across from Hagen Oaks Golf Course and online at SacSuperstore.com. Financing and approved credit Ram at $1389 for $10,000 borrowed.
The final days of Sacramento Rivercats baseball season are here, and you don't want to miss the action. Whether you're looking for an exciting night with friends or a special night with the family, there's no better place than Sutter Health Park. Join us from September 16th through the 21st as we celebrate giveaways, special theme uniforms, Fan Appreciation Day, and more. Get your tickets at rivercats.com before the season ends.
The Sacktown Sports 49ers report is brought to you by Kia of Vacaville, located beside the Vacaville outlets. On Sunday, it was no Purdy, no problem for the Niners as they win their second straight week on the road against a division opponent, 26-21 in New Orleans. Mac Jones went 26 for 39 for 279 yards and threw for 3 touchdowns. And Christian McCaffrey had 107 yards from scrimmage and a touchdown. Next up, it's the home opener for the Niners versus Arizona. You can catch the game this Sunday beginning at noon right here on Sacktown Sports 1140.
Football season is here at Kia of Vacaville. You can score big in a new 2025 Kia Niro LX with up to 53 MPG combined at Kia of Vacaville. Perfect for road trips, tailgates, and cruising to Levi Stadium in style and comfort. But don't wait. Inventory is limited at Kia of Vacaville, and these deals won't last long. Visit KiaVacaville.com or stop by right next to the Vacaville outlets for friendly service, easy shopping, and unbeatable value. All in one stop. Kia of Vacaville, where the adventure begins.
When I was a kid, I remember my dad, a lineman, leaving in the middle of the night. Families were depending on him to get their power back on to keep them safe and warm. Watching him taught me that this work isn't just about wires and circuits. It's about people and the trust they place in us when the lights go out. That's why I started Maverick Electric Heating and Air, to carry on that same promise of showing up, doing it right, and protecting families when they need us most. Visit callamaverick.com.
Paid non-attorney spokesperson. Paid for by Action Matters.
Attention former and present inmates of women's prisons in California. If you are currently or were an inmate of Central California Women's Facility in Chowchilla, also known as Chowchilla Women's Facility, Valley State Prison for Women in Chowchilla, Institute for Women in Chino, or Folsom Women's Facility in Represa, and were a victim of sexual abuse, now is the time to come forward, as you may be entitled to substantial financial compensation. If you were an inmate at any of these prisons at any time and were subjected to sexual abuse from staff members, you may be entitled to substantial cash compensation. Call our California Women's Prison Helpline now at 800-408-1240. The deadline to file a claim may be close. Call now to get the justice, closure, and the financial settlement you deserve. Even if it was long ago, call our law firm's Women's Prison Sexual Abuse Helpline right now at 800-408-1240. 800-408-1240. 800-408-1240.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sacktown Sports 1140.
Live and local, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sacktown Sports.
Welcome back into the Alice Stiles Show right here, Sacktown Sports 1140. Scott Marsh in today. Kyle Ledbetter here. He's the anchor of the show for the next few weeks. Is Alan still out? Paternity leave. Great for him. Second child here. The Stiles family. Congratulations to them.
He's having a great time, I imagine.
I'm sure nothing going on in his world right now.
He is probably, I would imagine, running around a lot with baby number 1.
Yeah, and his oldest is 2, right? 3? 4?
We'll say toddler. He's careful about giving away too much information.
Fair enough. He's got his hands full.
Yes, he's got a toddler.
Absolutely. All right. Our phone lines, if you want to call, 916-339-1140. You can text us, of course. We'll read your texts out over the air as well. We left during the break, breaking down the Kings and how much Sabonis and Lavine need to improve if the Kings are going to make a jump this season. Let's go to the phone lines first. David wants to chime in. David, welcome into the show. Thanks for calling.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Doing great. What's up, my man?
Good. Hey, look, like a lot of people, I know that when Scott came in, he was probably maybe a little handcuffed on what he could and couldn't do. And maybe he's just being mysterious, and trying not to show his cards too much. But I'm really, really surprised about the fact that, A, they still want to go after Westbrook, and that they didn't really, they're not willing to trade Ellis, which I know everybody's going to go, hold on. But we already have like 2 other Ellises on the team now with Neek and with Carter. I mean, they may not be as polished yet or as good of a 3-point threat, but I would still throw him out there if it meant we could get Kuminga myself.
Yep. No, fair enough. Good points. And David, I would have been surprised if we still wanted to go after whatchamacallit too. So I get that, David. And appreciate your phone call on that. Let's address those in order. In terms of Westbrook, I mean, this is a Kings team that still wants to be a playoff team this year, right? I mean, that's the bottom line. They're not a team that's going into the tank and rebuild mode, right? And Westbrook fits that bill. This is a guy who's been on playoff teams. This is a guy, again, at one point in his career was an MVP type player. This is a guy who knows how to win big games. He's not afraid to take big shots, whether you want him to or not. He is not afraid to do that. So, I mean, that's the rationale behind that. And he plays defense. And the one thing we've heard about Doug Christie, he wants guys who will play D. Russell Westbrook will do that. Now, to the second point, Kyle, and refresh me again, we were talking, he mentioned
Keon Ellis.
Keon Ellis. Okay. That's the same point I would throw out there. Keon Ellis is not the same as Devin Carter. Okay. Is not the same as Anik Clifford. Keon Ellis is probably the Kings' best defensive player right now. Bottom line on this team. And that's why he is so loved. And that's why I think if he's not being thrown out there, it's because he's so good defensively. This is, again, if you listen to Scott Perry and Doug Christie talk, they want guys who are going to D up. Keon Ellis fits that, should I say, to a D?
I would say to a D, to a T, to a P.
So that's, in my opinion, that's why. I mean, again, I don't think they want to move Keon Ellis. I mean, I think, of course, they would if the right scenario came out, but that the stakes are going to have to be higher than what's been thrown out right now.
I guess the question also is, yes, we all know Keon Ellis is an excellent basketball player. And by the way, I've mentioned this before, it's just the type of player that you want to root for, going from undrafted player to G leaguer to two-way player to last guy on the bench to finding a rotation to now and doing it all in Sacramento and Stockton with the organization. You know, it's
a great story, but that doesn't bear anything on whether they're going to keep Keon Ellis.
No, it just makes him easy to root for. So I understand why people have this affinity for Keon Ellis.
Sure. He is a fan favorite, to your point, if we're talking about the fans, but that has nothing to do with this.
Yeah, I understand why. But I say that to every
Scott
time
Perry and Doug Christie want to keep him because he's their best defensive player.
Yes, and every time we talk about the topic of Keon Ellis in a trade, people seem to get very upset, like, how dare they trade Keon Ellis? And I get that. But do they want to? It's not should they trade Keon Ellis. The question first is, do they want to extend Keon Ellis? Because he will be an unrestricted free agent at the end of this season.
And that's what was kind of interesting, right? Because they made basically what we're talking about, what would be the Kuminga situation now, right? The 1 year qualifying offer.
Or team option.
Took the team option that allows Keon to be the unrestricted free agent.
Instead of extending him now.
Exactly.
They chose to take the team option. He's going to be great value this year.
Right.
But, and by the way, it allowed them to acquire Dennis Schroeder.
And that's the reason that they did it. It's all about the salary cap in that situation.
Which was a curious decision when they made it, because we all thought they would decline and have a deal in place ready to go.
Right.
Because now, if you're Keon, I mean, barring injury, you get to unrestricted free agency next year and just see what the market is going to be. If Sacramento has the best offer, you come back, but you see what the market looks like come, I say June 30th, but everyone's talking behind the scenes before then to kind of gauge the market. So you see what you're worth after the season is over. That's how you probably should play it.
Sure. And there's no question that, Keon could be in a great situation this time 1 year from now.
And to David's point, if they do re-sign Keon Ellis, what does that mean for Devin Carter and Nick Clifford? Either they're going to have to play a different role than what they were archetyped for going into the NBA, or they're just not needed on this team because Keon would back up Zack Lavine.
Sure. I think in Carter's case, I agree with that. I'm not sure about Nick Clifford. I think Clifford's got the versatility to play multiple positions,
which might be his role, right? I think if the Kings were playing this straight arrow like last year, just plug Clifford into the Jake LaRavia role and go.
Right.
And have him guard threes and play 12 to 15 minutes a game and you're good. That's your Jake LaRavia replacement. But some people say he projects more as a guarding two wing. We'll figure out the shooting part of his game once we see him, but Devin Carter and Nick Clifford both fit into that wing defensive first type of mold, which is similar to Keon Ellis. Not saying you can't have multiple of those guys, right? Keon and Nick could play at the same time, the same way that LaRavia did.
Sure. And again, a lot of this is going to be worked out in camp, first 20 games of the year, where combinations play well together too, right? That's yet to be seen, of course.
For sure. And that's kind of my point with Devin Carter, right? Because if they bring in Westbrook and keep Devin Carter becomes a deep bench guy. And my point is, like, if you ball out in practice, they will make time for you on the court, right? They will put anyone on the floor who can give them production. And I just imagine that right now, to make the team better, signing a 36-year-old Russell Westbrook might be a better play than a 23-year-old Devin Carter. The only problem is, then why did you draft Devin Carter if him at the year that is most important for his development, he can't beat out 36-year-old Russell Westbrook?
Fair question. All right, let's get back to where we were before the break, talking about Sabonis and Lavine. You're saying that both of those guys are going to have to get better for this team to get better, which on the surface to me, it's about the Sabonis, not that he can't get better, but has been so incredible and versatile for this team since coming here. Like, the thought of him, quote unquote, having to get better for this team to get better almost seems not impossible, but certainly a stretch, because the thought would be, in what area of the game can Sabonis get better? He's already the best rebounder in the league. He's a good pass man.
Great passer.
So he does so many things great. I guess the one area, if we were to break it down, I still feel like Sabonis's mid-range game could be better. That's the one area that maybe holds him back. His three-point game has become outstanding. I mean, you look at the percentages of him shooting it beyond the arc, and they're tremendous. I mean, they're amongst league leaders. The volume's not there, but the percentages. But still, I think that 15 to 19 footer would be an area. Some people might say his back to the basket might be an area where he can improve. I don't see that ever being a big part of Sabonis's game, and I don't know necessarily that it has to be for the Kings to get better. But I think in the context, if he could hit the elbow jumper, the 17-footer consistently, I would agree with that.
Yeah. And I think that's, again, I don't know exactly how. My point at the beginning was more so that's the way teams improve in the right. The Bucks roster makes no sense, probably less talented than the Kings, but because they have Giannis, everyone pencils them in for the playoffs because Giannis is that incredible of a player.
The Bucks took a championship roster and basically dismantled it.
Yeah,
they went in reverse.
It's been gutted. Even bringing in Miles Turner just replaces what Brook Lopez once was.
Right.
But I still look at the Kings and say, if Sabonis is an all-NBA center and Lavine is as good as his best year in Chicago, this is a team that can make the playoff in the Western Conference. Again, maybe they could be the strength in numbers team that goes 10 deep.
But let me ask you this. When it comes to Lavine, what was he doing in Chicago at that time that he didn't provide to the Kings in the last year?
So the biggest thing is volume, right? His shot per game has gone down, but he had his most efficient season of his career last year. Was almost an all-star again in the East, but he was not taking as many shots as he was at the beginning in Chicago. And a big part of that is that he came into a team in Sacramento where after De'Aaron Fox left, basically DeMar DeRozan was the go-to first option a lot of the time. I think that's going to flip this year. I would imagine that they are going to try and get Lavine more involved in the offense, given that their success goes as him being one of those great wing scorers who can also shoot.
But here's the
44%.
challenge with that. As long as DeMar is starting, okay, DeMar's going to get his shots. DeMar is going to get his plays run to him. I'm not disagreeing with you. I think that makes sense. If you're paying somebody $45 million a year, you make the trade that sends De'Aaron Fox to San Antonio. You've got to get more volume for Zack Lavine. But the way I see it, the only way you're going to be able to do that is to figure out a way to limit DeMar's touches. And the answer to that would obviously be bringing him off the bench in a 6-man role, assuming that he's still on this roster. But will DeMar do that is a different question. How do you work that out? There's so many things that open up when you start talking about that.
Yeah. And so just for reference, Lavine's best season of his career was 2021 with Chicago, all-star. His effective field goal percentage was the highest of his career until this last year, was shooting over 40% from three. He was basically a 50-40-90 player, but he was taking 19.4 shots per game and had 27.5 points per game. Last year, just on the Kings, he was taking 16 shots per game and averaging about 22.5 points per game. Now, it was his most efficient season, best three-point shooting, all that stuff. But if he could stay at those consistent volumes, stay at that consistent shooting and increase his volume, then you're talking about an all-star level wing like Tyler Hero, Jaylen Brown.
Of course,
guys
but
like
you
that.
only get more shots, one, if you're playing with more pace.
Yes.
Getting more possessions.
Which the Kings could do. I think they were middle of the pack in pace last year.
All right, maybe that's an option.
Possibly.
Or secondly, at the expense of somebody else getting less shots.
Sure.
Okay, who's that going to be?
That's a great question.
We know who that's going to be, right?
I think in the short term, it's Malik Monk for Dennis Schroeder. I think Dennis Schroeder, while is a scoring guard, I just don't think in this offense he's going to shoot as much as Malik Monk did.
And those are probably the two other biggest points we haven't discussed. Obviously, how they improved from last year. Well, you now have a point guard, right? Which you didn't really have after the trade. Okay, you got a legitimate NBA point guard, and you have Malik Monk coming back, who wasn't healthy to finish the year either.
Yeah, and in fairness, neither was Sabonis. He missed, I think, 8 games of the 32 that we're talking about. So that's obviously part of it as well. But with Lavine, again, I'm not saying it's the best strategy. It's just the best strategy the Kings got right now is Zack Lavine shooting 18 to 19 shots per game, which I think DeRozan was at that number last year too, shooting the DeRozan amount of shots.
But the difference is DeRozan's are 2s.
Yes.
Lavine's are going to be 3s.
And not just 3s. He's an excellent 3-point shooter, like one of the best in the NBA, which is why you trade for Zack Lavine and why, in reality, if Zack Lavine were playing with De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis, this thing would look a lot better, because then all you have to do is have him be the player he was last year as your number 3. The other thing that's obviously the elephant in the room is the defense with Zack Lavine. Zack Lavine's a really poor defender. I don't know if that's going to improve this point in his career, because like I don't want to be rude, but he was a really, really bad defender by all of the nerd stats and metrics last year, like one of the worst in the NBA. So I don't know if maybe just being a below average defender instead of an awful defender helps, but I don't think that's the difference between the Kings winning 46 games and 36 games.
And how does that fit in with Doug too? I mean, I believe Doug loves Zack Lavine. There's no reason not to think that he doesn't, but how's that going to work with Doug and his demand for defense?
I don't know. I actually think, and this goes back to the rotations conversation, I actually think him with Keon on the floor at the same time would be a great pairing of wings, because you're getting the defense and shooting combined with the playmaking, shooting. It spaces the floor, which allows Sabonis to work more out of the middle. I think that would actually be a great lineup
it's
to
a
play
great
in
thought,
part.
but as we learned, Keon's not a point guard.
No, they would have to play
Now
with
Schroeder's a pretty good defensive player too.
They would have to play either with Schroeder or run the offense that is basically Sabonis just bring the ball up the floor every time.
Yeah.
Which in spurts I think is a good idea, but you can't do that all the time. You have to have a primary ball handler and a secondary ball handler, which I think Sabonis at this point probably qualifies as secondary ball handler, but maybe at times they could just say Sabonis bring the ball up the floor every time.
But the Kings are better when they're passing it up the floor.
I do agree with that.
Yeah.
But last year they had Malik as a primary ball handler. It didn't really work. They're going to do it with Schroeder this year, which should probably help a little bit.
Yeah, well, no doubt about Schroeder's going to have the ball in his hands for a good 30 minutes a night. I mean, barring anything unusual happening with this roster right now. So, all right, that's our thoughts on that. If you've got yours, 916-339-1140. We'll continue to talk Kings. We're going to get into 49ers, but you know, it's baseball time right now too, Kyle. And of course, the Giants are in the midst of a huge series right now with the Dodgers. Game 2 of the 4-game set at Chavez Ravine. The Giants are hovering around the playoff spot. Their chances aren't great, but they're still there. It's not quite Jim Carrey. You're saying I've got a chance. It's better than that, but it's not great. I mean, they're going to have to surpass a few teams for sure.
They went from being in the advantageous position to
they
now
had a great run.
Yep, and they got back into it. I think they were within a half game of the Mets at one point, and now it's not just in a bad position, but you don't control your own destiny anymore, because now the Diamondbacks just passed you. The Reds, who got swept out here in Sacramento over the weekend, the Reds just jumped the Giants again. And yeah, the Giants are 3 back with 9 to play from the Mets, but if it is the Mets they're chasing, they lose the tiebreaker to the Mets. So they're basically 4 back with 9 to play.
No doubt. They sit 76 and 77 right now. So a game back of Arizona, a game back of Cincinnati. They're 3 back of the Mets, to your point, with 9 to go. It feels like a definite long shot, no doubt. And it's tough because they've lost with Webb twice now against the Dodgers, throwing them.
Yeah.
And they moved up their rotation last weekend to try and make it work. They brought in Robbie Ray, the pitch on Sunday. That didn't work. Losing again last night. So the Giants, it's an uphill slog. There's no question about that.
Yeah, losing 2 out of 3 of the Diamondbacks really did a number on them. Those were the games they kind of needed to win. And look, they get the Cardinals and the Rockies the back half of the season, so you can cross your fingers if big if you can sweep the Dodgers. That might be your last shot. But like you said, they are fading fast and really don't control their fate.
No doubt. And the shame of it was they had that great win streak. They've only won 4 of their last 10. And it's not like any other team that's in this wild card chase has caught fire. I mean, the Mets have won 3 of their last 10. Diamondbacks 5-5. Reds 5-5. I mean, the Reds got swept by the A's not that long ago. Right?
You mean the A's, best team in baseball since July 25th.
They've been playing well. There's no doubt about it. But still, they got swept by the A's.
No, the fact the Reds are even still in it after that is a testament to them battling back. But just for reference, the Reds are 2 back, the Diamondbacks are 2 back, the Giants are 3 back. I don't know how the tiebreakers work between all those teams. I'm not going to pretend to. All I know is that the Giants would lose the tiebreaker to the Mets. So if they want to catch the Mets, they would have to finish a whole game better than them, which even if, and it's a giant if the Giants went 8-1 the rest of the season, they would still need the Mets to finish below 500, the Reds to finish below 500, and the Diamondbacks to finish 2 games below 500 for them to get into the playoffs.
Yeah, it's not going to happen.
I would say very unlikely.
Yeah, highly unlikely.
Also, I had that in reverse. It'd be like 1 game over 500, but besides the point, very long shot.
No doubt. And tonight they face Clayton Kershaw, who obviously is not the same pitcher he was when he was dominating San Francisco, but it's the final home game for Clayton Kershaw at Dodger Stadium tonight. So that will be emotional too, as Kershaw announced his retirement.
How do you feel about that, Mr.?
Time to go. He had to go.
Okay.
He can't throw over 90 miles an hour now. He's actually had a good record with the Dodgers this year. He's had one of his best years in the last 5. 10-2, 10-3. So his record looks good, but if you really watch him pitch, he's done.
Well, and for you, who's been watching him for 17 years now, every 5th day must watch baseball, basically. I mean, I know he's had injuries the last few years, but he's been as steady as any pitcher in baseball for however many years. And it is strange. I know he hasn't been the same pitcher, but it is strange to just not have him always there available for the Dodgers.
No question. It'll be interesting to see. He came back because he was hurt last year, really didn't contribute to the World Series championship. He wanted to be a part of a World Series team, an actual playing part of it. He'll play a role. He'll be on the postseason roster, but he probably won't even be a starter for the Dodgers unless they decide to bring Ohtani out of the pen and play him in the outfield, which seems unlikely too.
I mean, it might be the best strategy for him at this stage of his career.
I mean, Snell's back, pitching well.
Yeah,
Snell's back, pitching well. Yamamoto is a Cy Young candidate.
Yeah. No, Kershaw probably won't pitch for this Dodger team, but they won a World Series last year with him not pitching.
But the one thing Kershaw's been is an absolute giant killer over his career. There's very few pitchers who have had better success in Major League Baseball history against the Giants than Clayton Kershaw.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd say it's fitting that his last start at home is going to be against the Giants in that way, but because if the Giants beat him, it's going to be like, oh, that's sad. That's how it's going to end. But I guess it's just kind of fun in that sense that you get the rivalry game be the last one that you get to pitch in front of the home fans.
And back in the glory days for the Giants, I mean, how great were the matchups between Kershaw and Baumgartner? And I mean, Kershaw always got the better of Madison Baumgartner in the regular season. Kershaw, great regular season pitcher, but Baumgartner was always the better postseason player. And his run in the postseason probably still puts him. I mean, Kershaw is a Hall of Fame first ballot.
Might get 100%.
He could be. Yeah, no doubt about it. His numbers are there. But I mean, if we're talking just postseason, people will still throw out Baumgartner, and it's hard to argue against that.
No, I mean, that's kind of the thing that was always plaguing Kershaw his whole career, whether it was 2015 against the Cardinals or the Giants games or the one that we thought in the World Series against the Astros was his worst start. Then we found out the banging trash cans was kind of behind it. But you can go down the list of Kershaw blown playoff performances, and that was for the longest time the thing that people associated with him and bagged him for, which I think now people have the perspective on it, but that always was going to be the thing with Kershaw for years and years, was the playoff letdowns. But he had great playoff performances too.
He had some good games. He had a lot of tough stretches too, and obviously when they won the World Series in 2020, that kind of took all the stress off of him, although it was the, COVID shortened year. Last year, he didn't really have anything to do with the Dodgers winning a World Series ring. We'll see if he does this year. We'll see for the Giants. Can they somehow rebound and come back in LA and get themselves back in this playoff picture? All right, we'll continue to talk about that. When we come back, we're going to talk a little bit more 49ers, some NFL here. Niners, we still don't know the status of Brock Purdy, if he's going to play. They come in as a favorite today, or on Sunday versus Arizona. They started the week as dogs against the Cardinals. We'll focus in on that matchup a little bit more as well. It's the Alan Stiles Show right here, Sacktown Sports 1140.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Elk Grove Honda.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. Your Friday forecast starts out a little soggy. We've got cloudy skies and the occasional shower, which may make those roadways a bit damp for the morning drive. For the afternoon, though, these skies will brighten up as these showers clear out and temperatures will warm to the low 80s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
At Elk Grove Honda, we've acquired some of the best pre-owned cars we can find. Whether you purchase a new Honda or a like-new pre-owned Honda, Elk Grove Honda has the right Honda at the right price. In the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 and Elk Grove Boulevard, or elkgrovehonda.com.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
More fiber and laxatives, eh? Who are you? I'm future you. Future me? Constipation with belly pain still coming back? Our doctor figured it out. It's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Hey, want to hear something great? Right now at Wendy's, you can get 2 of the #1 selling bacon cheeseburger in all fast food, the JBC, plus medium fries and a medium soft drink for just $8. Want to hear something else great? Double the burger means double the bacon. Now that's a game changer. 2 of the #1 bacon cheeseburgers with fries and a drink for just $8. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Request $8 JBC meal deal to obtain discount. Individual items at regular price.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you get coverage options based on how much you want to pay for car insurance. And then you decide how to spend the rest of your money because you're in charge. And right now, you're going to pay for groceries. But you decide what groceries. Just keep in mind you're running out of dishwashing soap. But you decide if you're going to buy that soap. It's just those dishes won't clean themselves, will they? Remember, with Progressive's Name Your Price tool, we'll help you find coverage at a fair price. And then you're in charge. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents as local but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
With football in the air, fall is almost here. Time to start thinking about the cooler weather ahead and whether your heater will be able to get you through the winter. Our heater fell apart last winter, so who did we call? Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating. We wanted somebody we could trust to do the job right and deliver great value, and Lee's came through. Check them out at leesair.com. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating has built a reputation as the leading HVAC company in Sacramento. We've got a new HVAC system that works great, saves us money month to month. Find out how they can help you at leesair.com. License number 635355.
For over 90 years, Hagen Oaks has partnered with the biggest brands in golf to bring cutting-edge technology to your game. Our one-of-a-kind total game fitting offers a level of experience and precision that is unmatched. From driver to putter, footwear to golf balls, our TrackMan-powered performance studios, 3D footwear scanner, and Ping's Ballnamic ball fitting kiosk ensure every piece of your gear is tailored to your swing. Trust the experts at the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Total game fitting starts here.
Big O Tires. From September 2nd to the 28th, get $60 in rebate savings on sets of 4 Michelin tires, totaling $900 or more. Or get $40 in rebate savings on purchases of $899.99 or less with installation purchase. Plus, Big O Tires will match up to $60 in instant savings. Big O Tires, the team you trust. Installation required. Disposal fees and shop fees extra where permitted. See store for pricing. Eligibility may vary. Not valid with other offers.
Thunder, feel the thunder.
It's the energy all around you.
Lightning and the thunder.
The thrill of the moments to come. The flash of lights. The rush of pure exhilaration.
Thunder.
The roar of the crowd. See it, hear it, feel it.
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder.
Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Feel the thunder.
Live and local.
It's Alan Stiles
on Sacktown Sports.
Welcome back into the Alan Stiles Show right here, Sacktown Sports, 1140. Scott Marsh, Kyle Legler. You got to give me a better time frame on the breaks. I'm still swallowing. I'm not used to the time. I'm lunchtime right now. I'm hungry.
Oh yeah, I get it. We both ran downstairs to grab our lunch at the exact same time there,
Yeah.
but
Yours look better than mine. I'll give you that.
mine's just like beans and corn and a little rice.
At least you warmed it up. It felt like a legit lunch.
And
So-
you got the snack pack over there? Is that how you're making it to 2 o'clock?
Yeah, from my trip earlier in the week.
Over to
Scavenging.
go from Lake Tahoe and back, and you're just scavenging from the snacks.
No doubt. All right. Welcome back in. We'll be with you until 2 o'clock. Drive Guys coming your way this afternoon. Talking all things 49ers, some NFL talk. We'll give you our picks for the weekend coming up here. College football. I want to get into that. Both UC Davis and Sacramento State at home tomorrow night. Both games on TV. Of course, the Davis game you can catch right here on Sacktown Sports. 1140. Greg Wong will have the call. I'll be moving over to the TV side for that one, but that'll be a lot of fun. And we'll talk all things about college football this week. We went into our Giants conversation. Of course, Kings. We'll get back to that as well. We want to hear from you. 916-339-1140. You can text us as well. We'll read that over the air. But let's focus in a little bit more on this Niners game. As we said, Niners actually favored right now. They are at home. It's their home opener, taking on Arizona. They were underdogs to begin the week. I'm not really sure what switched the line. I mean,
It's just going back and forth. I mean,
Yeah.
it was 1.5 underdog. Now it's 1.5 favorite.
that has much more to do about just actual betting lines and actually what people are feeling, in terms of, and 1.5 in the NFL is really, I mean, so minimal anyways. It's basically a pick'em game. But the fact that the Niners, we'll find out on Purdy. And that's the other thing about the line, of course, is that not even sure who the Niners starter is going to be on Sunday for sure.
Yeah, I mean, we can infer that it's going to be Mac Jones by the fact that like Purdy's done some basic practice drills and, the original time. I think Albert Breer said that like he'll probably be back week 4, but not week 3. You can kind of infer some things, but
It feels like Mac Jones is going to play on
yeah,
Sunday.
yeah,
That's what it feels like.
I think we're all preparing as if Mac Jones is going to play, and then if otherwise, we'll be pleasantly surprised. They haven't given us any update for today, but today's kind of the day of like, hey, if you're not practicing Friday, you're probably not going to make it to the game. So we'll just keep checking the injury report and see if something comes out while we're doing the show.
Yeah, and again, it shows why the Niners went out and got Mac Jones in the offseason too. It was a great signing by the Niners for as much as they got killed, and deservedly so, for Trey Lance going back a few years, and how much praise they got for Brock Purdy, which is clearly deserved too. I mean, they've got, Sam Darnold they had, now Mac Jones. They've done a good job at getting backups here.
I mean, even Nick Mullins from years ago is still hanging around in the
Yeah.
NFL. No one would have thought that. So, I mean, the Kyle Shanahan's the quarterback guy, though. I mean, that's always been the thing with him, and good on him for having his type and being able to get Sam Darnold $30 million. And who knows, maybe some dumb team will pay Mac Jones $30 million next year. But
Well, I'm thinking the Vikings had wished they'd paid Sam Darnold $30 million.
why? Because Carson Wentz is now their quarterback this week. I mean, they could have had it all. I mean, last year their quarterback room was Darnold, Daniel Jones was there, Mullins was there. I mean, they had it all last year, and now it's just all that's left is Carson Wentz.
Yeah, I hear you.
But they took JJ McCarthy, and he looked fine when healthy.
For one quarter.
Exactly.
For one quarter. And JJ McCarthy might be a good long-term quarterback right now. I mean, I don't know. That's a different conversation too. But I mean, the Vikings are a team that they're playing for a Super Bowl, right? I mean, the talent around that team. I mean, this is a team that was dominant.
I mean, they're
last year.
certainly not
dominant.
Certainly not tanking. But I did think, to your point, it was so strange that people were quick to pencil them in last place in the division, because I was like, they did win 14 games.
Exactly.
And they're not going to be as good as 14 games this year, obviously.
No.
But they're also probably not going to be 5 wins. So they're going to be in, as Whitey Gleason coined the phrase earlier this week, the jumble bucket of NFC teams.
Only if they can play Chicago 6 times.
Well, Chicago, and this week they've got Jake Browning's Bengals, which, by the way, those 2 teams are just exactly the same.
And here's the other thing. I think Jake Browning's going to do a decent job in Cincinnati.
I mean, 2 years ago, he did a decent job.
Exactly. But I mean, everybody's talking as if the Bengals are completely done for the year. Completely done.
Well,
and we'll see. I mean, and Joe Burrow is one of the best quarterbacks in the league. I get that. But I feel like Jake Browning, and I'm biased because I love the kid. He's a local kid out of Folsom and a great guy and great story. You talk about great stories. He's a great story. But I think the Bengals are going to be better than what people are giving them credit for. I mean, if you watch nationally, the Bengals season's over, completely done.
So I think the tough part is because in 2023, you're right. He came in, I think they went 9-8 that season, him filling in for Joe Burrow. Yeah. I don't think they got to the playoffs, but they were close near the end of the season. But because I feel like we would have remembered if Browning started a playoff game. But anyways, this team is not as good as even that team on the Bengals. I mean, they've got some real roster holes that they did not really address come this last offseason. So people were having a hard time fitting them in the playoffs before Burrow got hurt. So I understand maybe people saying, oh, they're not going to be a playoff team, but I still think they've got a shot, especially in an AFC where I know there's 5 teams that are really bad. So anyone can get one of those last couple playoff spots this year,
especially in that division.
Especially, like I was saying, in a division where you got the Browns, you know you're not going to be last.
Exactly.
And the AFC South has 3 teams that I know aren't going to make the playoffs. The Dolphins are terrible. The Jets are probably terrible, even though I want to believe in Justin Fields so bad. I know he's a great quarterback, but
he played a great week 1.
Look, he's gone from Chicago to Pittsburgh to the Jets, which in recent years, those are like the 3 most cursed franchises you can go to if you're a quarterback.
No doubt.
But I just want to believe he's going to be good. But the Jets are not. So that leaves 9 teams for 7 spots. I'm sure the Bengals have a shot at getting one of those.
Yeah, I hope so. I'm rooting for Jake Browning, obviously. A lot of people in this community are. Let's focus, speaking of quarterbacks, we talked a lot about Mac Jones. Let's talk Kyler Murray and where you think he is right now. I mean, going back, a lot of people thought he made a massive mistake by not just playing baseball. And I'm sure the Oakland A's feel that way because they drafted him. They wanted him to come. And who knows what kind of player he would be right now if he were playing. He's been up and down, no doubt about it, but he clearly made the right decision. There's no better paying job in sports right now than being a quarterback in the NFL.
Yeah, I get it. And I think Kyler Murray and this offense, was top 8 last year in the NFL. They're looking very good so far this year. They, just to break it in layman's terms, they run the Stefanski, Kevin O'Connell, Shanahan type offense right now, which doesn't necessarily play into Kyler Murray's strengths, but with a possession tight end in Trey McBride, strong running game, Marvin Harrison Jr., who hasn't been as good as Malik Neighbors to start his career, but has still, I think, been a very good wide receiver. The offense itself is in a really good place, even though Kyler Murray is probably outperforming his level of quarterback play, at least in recent years.
That's the thing about Kyler Murray, because he came in just like he was going to be the next superstar quarterback, right? And then, of course, Lamar Jackson takes off. And I mean, he got passed by a lot of the dual option quarterbacks. But having said that, I think he's in place this year to have an incredible year.
I think so too. And I think the Cardinals, look, after Brian Flores got fired by the Dolphins, I was like, if you don't make the playoffs 3 years in a row, anyone can get fired. So the problem for the Cardinals this year is that if they don't make the playoffs, there's a lot of people that are going to be calling for a regime change. And I would imagine Kyler Murray's not going to get a third shot with a new regime change.
Yeah, and that's why this is such a big game. I know it's game 3. Both teams are 2-0. I mean, this is a separation game. It's a dividing game in the division, no doubt about it. All right, we'll continue to talk 49ers, NFL, our Kings conversation as well. We got into the Giants That and a lot more. It's the Alan Stiles Show right here, Sacktown Sports 1140.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
It was a doubleheader in August and really hot inside the concession stand. So instead of waiting for people to come to me, I figured I'd walk around yelling, "Hot dogs here!" And that's how I became the first hot dog vendor in sports.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy place every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
I'm tired of being broken. I'm sick of feeling hopeless.
Hey, this is Jelly Roll. This National Recovery Month, start your recovery journey. Choose a proven addiction treatment option that's right for you at choosechangeca.org.
When I was a kid, I remember my dad, a lineman, leaving in the middle of the night. Families were depending on him to get their power back on to keep them safe and warm. Watching him taught me that this work isn't just about wires and circuits. It's about people and the trust they place in us when the lights go out. That's why I started Maverick Electric Heating and Air, to carry on that same promise of showing up, doing it right, and protecting families when they need us most. Visit callamaverick.com.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 18 years of age and older that are residents of California and who reside in one of the 6 counties that make up the Sacramento metro area, unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win, unless the station otherwise specifies in its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 30 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. For a copy of the general contest rules, visit khdk.com.
Paid non-attorney spokesperson. Paid for by Action Matters.
Attention former and present inmates of women's prisons in California. If you are currently or were an inmate of Central California Women's Facility in Chowchilla, also known as Chowchilla Women's Facility, Valley State Prison for Women in Chowchilla, Institute for Women in Chino, or Folsom Women's Facility in Represa, and were a victim of sexual abuse, now is the time to come forward, as you may be entitled to substantial financial compensation. If you were an inmate at any of these prisons at any time and were subjected to sexual abuse from staff members, you may be entitled to substantial cash compensation. Call our California Women's Prison Helpline now at 800-408-1240. The deadline to file a claim may be close. Call now to get the justice, closure, and the financial settlement you deserve. Even if it was long ago, call our law firm's Women's Prison Sexual Abuse Helpline right now at 800-408-1240. 800-408-1240. 800-408-1240.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
There are plenty of reasons to love golf in Northern California. With giant redwoods lining the fairways, the best Alistair McKenzie course you've never played is Northwood Golf Club's 9-holer along the Russian River. The 7th hole at Pebble Beach is a beauty or a beast. Play a sandwich or a 3-iron depending on the direction of the wind. Down the road a bit, Pacific Grove Golf Course sports a gazillion-dollar ocean view and a green fee about 1/10 of Pebble Beach. San Francisco's Presidio Golf Course survived the 1906 earthquake and was home course to President Teddy Roosevelt. You can tee it up on the ocean at the links of Bodega Harbor at dawn and tap in at sunset in the mountains at Old Greenwood in Truckee. Unlike Caddyshack's Carl Spackler, a good superintendent goes unnoticed working behind the scenes. Green thumbs up. There's a lot to love about golf, and as columnist Thomas Boswell wrote, when you fall in love with golf, you seldom fall easy. It's obsession at first sight. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa. When I want to stretch out after a long day, my sofa needs to be comfortable, but it also needs to look attractive and inviting when guests come to visit. Hi, I'm Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. We spend so much time on our living room sofas that we forget they're a focal point and a hint to our decorating tastes. Right now, during Naturewood Home Furnishings sofa sale, you can save on every sofa, including gallery-exclusive custom-ordered flex steel furniture. Whether you're interested in a new sofa, sectional, or recliner, you can choose from hundreds of colors and fabrics. Nobody has more styles and choices than Naturewood Home Furnishings. And when it comes right down to it, it's all about choices and always about quality. Shop Naturewood for the look you love at a price you'll love even more. Visit Naturewood Home Furnishings right now for this remarkable sofa sale. Off Highway 50 at Hazel, look for the water wheel.
Now's the time. Don't miss the Drive in the Fall event at Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram with 0% financing for 72 months on the new 2025 Ram 1500. The biggest selection, the best prices, and unmatched customer service. Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Financing and approved credit. Ram at $1389 for $10,000 borrowed.
Welcome back in Sacktown Sports 1140. Scott Marshall on with Kyle Ledbetter. Filling in today, Alan Stiles. Right here on the Alan Stiles Show with you until 2 o'clock again. Drive guys coming your way. Spoke a lot of 49ers. There's a lot of Raider fans still here in our area. They got off to the week 1 win in New England. People thinking, all right, Pete Carroll's in. This will be different. New look Raiders team. And then, of course, on Monday night, they lay an egg, but to a good Chargers team. It's not a bad loss to lose to the Chargers, whether you're at home or on the road. Geno Smith felt like an upgraded quarterback. He had a terrible night on Monday night. It was Pete Carroll's 74th birthday, the oldest coach to ever coach in the NFL. He's still got plenty of energy, it looks like. Long-winded way of asking you, Kyle, what do you make of the Raiders 1-1? To me, they're still the team that I'm not sure I have a read on. I think they made some really good offseason moves. Truthfully, I think hiring Pete Carroll was a great move. You bring in Chip Kelly, who he didn't win at the NFL level, but is a legitimate play caller. You've got him as your offensive coordinator. Austin Genti, some people thought he was picked too high with the 6th pick. I think he is going to be an explosive back at some point for the team. I love their tight ends. I think this is a team that can do well, but maybe to the point of being in the same division with Denver and Los Angeles and Kansas City, it's too much to ask for that they're really going to be any better than they have been the last few seasons.
Yeah, they are making strides, but they are still many pieces away, which they've been. I'm trying to think now. This is their 3rd coach in 3 years. This is their 3rd general manager in 3 years. They have had top picks. I mean, Brock Bowers was 15, but they've been picking at the top of the draft 3 years in a row now. This thing is going to take some time to turn around. They still have it. I think they were projected to finish 31st in team defense this year. Their offensive line is still troublesome. Ashton Genti has not had the greatest start. I think 30 carries for 80-something yards, like 2.7 average. Chip Kelly went viral I think it might have been yesterday, saying that Genti is, as they say in basketball, load management going on right now, which is never great 3 games into a player's career.
And it just makes you wonder, because certainly his size was his issue. I mean, incredible at Boise State.
Yeah.
Incredible. But can he take the pounding of an NFL season?
We're going to find out, and the Raiders did not invest as much in the offensive line as they should have. That Jackson Powers Johnson, I forgot his name now. It's something. Powers Johnson is actually really good and looks like he's going to be a solid interior lineman. They've still got Colton, but they really, really need help on the offensive line, which running game is kind of a byproduct of the offensive line. We're learning that now with Saquon Barkley struggling on the Giants and killing it on the Eagles, right? Your offensive line matters a lot for running. And the Raiders, again, the Raiders are probably going to finish 4th in that division, but they're going to be less embarrassing than they've probably been in the last few years.
Can they get to 500 or close to it? I mean, they can't finish 500, 17 games. Can they be 8-9, 9-8?
Hey, if Jake Browning can go 9-8, I think this Raider team can go 9-8.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, it's the AFC. And like I said before, I know there's 3 bad teams in the AFC South. I know the Browns stink. I know the Dolphins stink. The Jets probably stink, as much as I want to root for Justin Fields. So that kind of leaves everyone else there to kind of battle for positioning.
Did they go 0-6 in the AFC West?
I think they just might. I'm not saying for sure it's going to happen, but they've imported the parts of the Seahawks that the Seahawks said they didn't want anymore. And the Seahawks are in no way going to the promised land or anything, but I don't feel great about, again, Pete Carroll's a very good coach. Understand that.
Sure.
The only thing is he's older. He's only going to be around but for so long. So I just look at them and I say they've got a lot of work to do, but they are making the right decisions to put themselves in a position to succeed.
Yeah, I think they're in a better place to start this year than they were at the start of last year. There's no doubt about it.
And of course, the thing hanging over it is just the division that they play in, right? I've said for years, and I think we're on like the 5th year of it, like, I don't think there's anything the Raiders can do to catch Kansas City. Like, they were so far behind the 8 ball from where Kansas City has been this last 9 years that they're essentially fighting for second place. Now, Kansas City looks like they've got some problems that I'm sure they'll sort out. But
2 games against San Diego and Philadelphia, right? And if Kelsey doesn't drop a pass, they might beat Philadelphia.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't have massive problems.
No,
No.
You don't have to tell me twice.
No.
Trust me, as someone who literally since high school has watched them go to the AFC Championship game every year, their problems usually get sorted out. But if the Raiders can be competitive next year, I think that will feel like a success, especially given the time frame of giving Geno Smith a 3-year contract.
Right. And that's probably the time frame of Pete Carroll, right? 3 years.
I mean, I think Pete Carroll will keep coaching as long as they will employ him to coach. But, I mean, at some point, Geno Smith is not their forever quarterback. Yeah. If Geno Smith makes it through all 3 years, I feel like that's going to be a success for the Raiders, given the revolving door of a quarterback position that they've had post Derek Carr.
Yeah, and to the point, Geno Smith's a guy who really wasn't even used in the NFL to the last 2 or 3 years. I mean, he sat behind Russell Wilson for a long time, and he played well in Seattle. To be honest with you, I mean, they went and got Darnold, so that made the room for Smith in Las Vegas, but it's an upgrade at that spot. It's just a matter of, is Geno Smith going to continue to perform at what he has the last year or two, or is he going to go back to being that backup quarterback that he's been most of his career?
Yeah, and again, mixed results. I'm not taking too much away from beating the Patriots because the Patriots are not a great team. They are similar to the Raiders. The Patriots are like, we got a lot to work on, buddy. But, I mean, they beat the Patriots. They got smoked against the Chargers, and Geno Smith played poorly. So kind of like you, it's hard to read exactly how good the team is going to be, but it's probably to degrees of will they be a 4-win team or an 8-win team? It's not like, oh, they might come out and win 12 games this year. It's kind of degrees of mediocrity that we're talking about here.
There's no question about it. All right. As we look at some of the other games in the NFL, the biggest blowout's probably Green Bay at Cleveland.
That or whoever the Saints are playing, which I believe is the Seahawks.
Okay.
But I just always pick against the Saints. That's the worst team in football.
Green Bay has looked like the best team in football so far.
I mean, it's that Buffalo is the best offense, and Green Bay looks like maybe the best all-around team so far. I mean, Eagles notwithstanding, it seems like they're playing a different game than everyone else, but the Packers have been very dominant.
Yeah, and if we're being honest, I mean, the Eagles haven't been great in week 1 or week 2. I mean, they've got 2 wins. I mean, and obviously beating Kansas City is always a great win, but it's not like they were outstanding against Dallas in week 1.
Yeah, I'm struggling with the Eagles, because A.J. Brown has been a non-factor. The passing game as a whole has been a non-factor. I think Jalen Hurts has only thrown like 45 passes this year, which, if I remember correctly, I think Spencer Rattler has had more passes both weeks than Jalen Hurts has had passes on the whole season. But I just don't know whether that's by design or if that is something is up with their passing attack.
And if the tush push gets officiated correctly, what's that going to mean for the Eagles?
I mean, it changes the game. They're playing a different game than everyone else.
No doubt. But I mean, with everything that was brought to light in the Chiefs game last week with the offensive lineman firing too quickly, if that's going to be officiated, does that shut down that play? And if it does, what does that mean for the Eagles? Yeah, we'll find out. All right. When we come back, Jonathan Kuminga's agent spoke. Is that correct? Kyle, it is. All right. We'll get to some of that conversation. We'll follow back on that. Of course, we'll continue our Friday afternoon NFL conversation, college football as well. We're through 2 hours, halfway through. It's the Alan Stiles Show right here, Sacktown Sports 1140.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation.
Groundworks, official foundation repair company of Cal Athletics.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Hey, this is Greg Papa. Are you working through a major insurance claim? Sunpoint Public Adjusters can help. Sunpoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to, not what just some adjuster working for an insurance company thinks you should get. Call Sunpoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. Sunpoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave letting you know Amy's Outdoor Living's huge inventory reduction warehouse sale is back this Saturday and Sunday only from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. at 11255 Pyrites Way. That's Suite 200 in Gold River. Listen, they are making room for holiday items and 2026 furniture models, so everything is drastically reduced to move. 2 days only, you will find pre-tariff prices on patio furniture, umbrellas, scratch and dent, and demoed grills, plus Traeger flat-top grills are priced to fly out the door. Uni pizza ovens, one of this year's hottest models, must go, because they need the room. It's a sale you just can't miss, and it's just 2 days only, so bring your truck. Amy's Outdoor Living Inventory Reduction Warehouse Sale this Saturday, this Sunday only from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. at 11255 Pyrites Way, Suite 200 in Gold River. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Xfinity. Introducing the 5-year price guarantee. One internet price, 5 years guaranteed. Well, as we hit the home stretch in 2025, there seems little doubt that Nick Kurtz will become the American League Rookie of the Year, and even a chance that Kurtz and Jacob Wilson will finish 1-2, and also the chance that Wilson will become the A's first rookie ever to win the American League batting title.
Welcome to Dugout Radio, the undisputed home of Boomtown Baseball.
The Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity, baby. Our next caller is
Stacy. How do you stay locked in on every pitch and play?
We stream it all live on Xfinity Internet with low lag, 99.99% network reliability, and speeds faster than a base runner beating the throw to home plate.
I stream on my TV, tablets, even my smart fridge.
Smart fridge?
With all those games, we gotta refuel.
Stream live baseball with Wi-Fi built for the biggest moments. Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary, not guaranteed.
The final days of Sacramento Rivercats baseball season are here, and you don't want to miss the action. Whether you're looking for an exciting night with friends or a special night with the family, there's no better place than Sutter Health Park. Join us from September 16th through the 21st as we celebrate giveaways, special theme uniforms, Fan Appreciation Day, and more. Get your tickets at rivercats.com before the season ends.
Hey everyone, it's Kyle Draper here. If you're in the market for a new car, let me tell you about my experience with Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. From the moment I walked into their state-of-the-art showroom, I knew I was making the right choice. There was no pressure from the sales staff, and if I'm being honest, I felt like a kid in a candy store. I settled on the all-electric EQS SUV, and let me tell you why. First of all, the comfort. After a long day at work, I actually look forward to being in my car. It has several different massage settings, including my favorite, hot relaxing back. Plus, the seat heating and cooling features are perfect for the hot summer or those chilly mornings. Mercedes-Benz has the reputation of making the finest cars in the world. Now it's your turn to experience what I already know. Mercedes-Benz of Stockton is the best car buying experience you'll ever have. They're just a short drive down I-5, or you can shop online anytime at mbofstockton.com. That's mbofstockton.com, and tell them Drape sent you.
KHTK HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports 1140. Your home for Kings Talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Alan Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Welcome back into the Alan Stiles Show. Scott Marsh here filling in for Alan. Kyle Ledbetter behind the board. Taking you until 2 o'clock today. We're midway through. And as you heard, we'll talk all things Kings and so much more. We're going to get into, I know we've got some stuff from Jonathan Kuminga's agent. We'll give you the very latest on that. But I do want to just follow up. We heard our Green and Gold report during the break. We've been talking some A's here. And the A's are not going to make the playoffs. We understand that. But as you said, Kyle, earlier in the show, I mean, best record in baseball since July. Nick Kurtz probably going to win AL Rookie of the Year. Jacob Wilson could easily finish second. He got hurt earlier in the season. Nick Kurtz could win the batting title.
Jacob Wilson could win the batting title.
Yes, exactly.
That's crazy.
That's true. You're right. We're getting to see, and again, this has always been the case with the A's. We see great young talent that doesn't stay, whether it was in Oakland or maybe now Sacramento. We saw Mason Miller move off, and if and when they go to Vegas. But it's a team that I've enjoyed watching. I've enjoyed going out to the ballpark and taking this team in. And if they hadn't had a losing streak of 20 of 21, which was as epic as when they had the 20-game win streak that Moneyball is all about, where things could be.
Yeah, it's so interesting how those little things end up working out, because the Athletics probably, like, if they just have a normal stretch, they'd be in a playoff race. And if they were in a playoff race, I'm not even saying in the playoffs, if they just had a chance, who knows how this season would have felt differently in Sacramento. Alan's made this point, and I've kind of come around on it.
Yeah, if we're in a playoff race right now,
I think people would get excited, even if it weren't Sacramento's team, or even if they aren't affiliating themselves and the PR hasn't been great. I think a playoff race would get people to pay attention to it, because right now there's just a general indifference. But I think part of that has been they've been out of the playoff race since May.
No doubt. The season was over before the All-Star break.
Yeah, and I think that played a part in just the general indifference around the A's for the most part this year. But the story of the A's is they've got the great young hitters, and they have to put veterans around them now in order for this thing to actually have a chance to compete. Even with the Guardians or the Royals of the world, they have to put some sort of veterans who are quality MLB players around.
Why do you say that? I mean, they've had the
stars.
best record in baseball since the break, pretty much, since the All-Star break.
I mean, maybe.
I don't know if they do, and I don't think they will. So
maybe this is.
No, I'm just saying. I mean, right now, the way they're finishing, if the trend line is what it is, I don't know if I'd mess with that. I don't know if I think you do have to bring some veterans around that.
Maybe this is a progression to the mean for them. I saw, I think it was Martin Gallegos was pointing out, like, since the Miller trade, their starters have the best ERA, or sorry, the relievers have the best ERA among bullpens.
Right. And Mason Miller's a great reliever. He wasn't having a great season this year.
Yeah, and I would imagine that this is probably an overcorrection in terms of the arms and the pitching and things like that. But look, their pitching staff, it's probably changed now, but like 3 weeks ago, we pulled the stat that was like their wins above replacement for the entire pitching staff was lower than just Kurtz by himself. So like the pitching obviously needs some sort of upgrade, whether it's young players, whether it's veterans, whether it's better health from guys like Jacob Lopez. There has to be some sort of pitching improvement, and they probably should solidify who's going to be playing what spot in the field. Like Butler's now in center field. He's probably going to go back to right field when Clark comes back. Is Wilson going to be a shortstop long-term? Is he a second baseman? How does Munson? They have questions. They
do,
still
but they have talent. They can figure out those questions.
They have talent. I don't know if they have enough talent yet.
Oh, well, the record says they do.
At least recently.
Yeah. All right. And the thing of it is, regardless of anything else going on, they're Sacramento's team because they're here in Sacramento right now.
Yeah, they'll be here for next year and 2027, although that season's going to probably be pretty short given the lockout that is impending.
Man, doom and gloom, man. Jeez.
I mean, look, every labor person is saying it's going to be a nasty fight, which means games are probably going to be canceled a little bit in 2027.
You can't say that 2 years out in advance. You don't know that.
No, I'm just reading what people smarter than me are saying.
Oh, you're pretty smart. I'll give you that. All right, let's get back to the Kuminga conversation. As we said, going into the break, Jonathan Kuminga's agent spoke here. So he was outlining the options, right? Not that it wasn't already transparent. I think we had a pretty good lay down on it, but Kyle, give us what you got.
Yeah, so we have so he's doing the press tour today.
Yep.
This is them gaining leverage, laying it all out there because the Warriors are capitulating a little bit. So he first went on the Brian Windhorst Hoop Collective podcast and talked 40 minutes. Pretty interesting for people who are deep in the weeds like I am on this Kuminga situation, but he talks about the Kings a bit. We have sound of that. He went on the flagship for the Warriors and talked about the 4 different offers that are currently on the table for Kuminga right now. And that is the qualifying offer.
Yep.
The 2-year, $45 million, 1 year with a team option that they're not going to take.
That's the worst of the 4.
Yes, that is the worst of the 4. 1 year with another team option. Yep. The aforementioned 3 year, or I should say 2 years, $45 million guaranteed with a team option in the third year,
yep.
Which is the one where they're saying if you turn the team option to a player option, we'll take it right now. And then the last one is a 3-year fully guaranteed deal at $18 million per year. So $54 million total guaranteed, but far lower average annual value.
Not going to take that.
Probably not. But I will say it's hard to look at $54 million fully guaranteed and then take 7.9 fully guaranteed. And granted, $18 million a year is lower than what the Kings are even offering, which I guess we should also mention. The Kings offer is 3 years, $63 million, I believe a player option for the third year. But the problem with that is that it has to be a sign and trade, and the Warriors are not open to sign and trade right now. But maybe they will be before October 1st.
Who do you think has more leverage right now, Kuminga or the Warriors?
As long as Kuminga is willing to actually take the qualifying offer, he has more leverage, because that is DEFCON 9 for the Warriors, unless the Warriors are okay with him leaving for absolutely nothing, which if their number one priority, which this whole time it seems their number one priority has been financial flexibility in 2027. Yep. That is what they want more than anything. Curry's deal is up. Draymond's deal is up.
Yep, they're blowing it up.
Or they'll bring them all back.
Sure.
They'll either get Giannis and we'll run it back, or we won't get Giannis and everyone can go kind of situation. Kerr's deal is up at that point. So financial flexibility after 2027, then I guess you're technically okay with Kuminga walking out the door, but that is your best trade piece, and they want to use him in a trade at some point before 2027. But as long as he's willing to threaten to take the qualifying offer, Kuminga has the leverage. As long as the Warriors think he's willing to take it, then they are in the advantageous position.
I think he is.
They want us to think that they are.
He is. I think he's willing to bet on himself. I think he's young enough and he believes in himself enough that if he gets to a point where he's an unrestricted free agent, he might get an offer of 25 or 30 mil a year.
Yeah. And if he is willing to stand on this business and tell the Golden State Warriors that I will not come back, and the only way I will come back is if you drag me back kicking and screaming, then he does have the leverage here.
Well, here's the other thing about it. Let's just say he takes that 1 year qualifier. I mean, in a way, it works out great for the Warriors too, because he's going to have an incredible year to earn as much as he wants, right? That's going to be the year where he absolutely has to prove himself.
I guess the flip side on the qualifying offer, though, is they can't trade him because he has the no trade clause. And even if he doesn't have a good season next year, he can go take a 1-year deal from someone other than the Warriors.
He could, but he's young enough where he certainly can do that. No doubt about it. But I mean, he's looking for a long-term, high-paid deal. I mean, that's the bottom line. I mean, he's going to have to ball out next year to get something bigger as an unrestricted free agent.
As long as he's willing to bet on himself, even if he strikes out on the qualifying offer, he can still at least leave the Warriors, which seems to be the thing he wants. He seems to not. Everyone, we had sound from Tim McMahon yesterday. He is miserable in Golden State. So at the very least, I might lose the money, but at least I won't be a Warrior, which is why him taking the qualifying offer would be standing on business to spite the Golden State Warriors. Because if he did that, the Warriors would be bringing him into a locker room where, fortunately, it seems like Steph Curry and Draymond and Jimmy are on his side in the negotiations. But you bring him back into the locker room as Scott Perry said, a hostage, not I forgot what the other word he used was, but you bring him in, volunteer. He's not a volunteer. Right. He's being held hostage in that situation. And the Warriors really need to win right now. And maybe winning right now for them means flipping Kuminga and a bunch of draft picks for Trey Murphy. Maybe that's part of win now for the Warriors, but they can't do that if he's on the qualifying offer.
No, that's true. I mean, that's why it's so complicated because, I mean, the Warriors are playing for now, but they're also playing for later, and you can't play for both.
I mean, they have not traded any of their draft picks beyond 2026, I believe. Yeah. So they could still swing for a big trade in the future. Now, maybe that's Giannis, maybe that's Trey Murphy, maybe that's somewhere in between. But Golden State certainly is in a confusing spot right now. And I think they just don't have any great options. But
no doubt. And, again, the Warriors, they look at if Steph Curry doesn't get hurt in the playoffs last year, who knows? I mean, could they beat Oklahoma City? Probably not. But the way they were playing going into the playoffs, I don't know if I'd ever want to bet against them.
I mean, Steph Curry, Jimmy Butler, and Draymond Green is a pretty good foundation. And it's not like they don't have talent on that team between Kuminga, Podziemski. They're going to bring in Al Horford and Gary Payton and Steph Curry's brother. And they still got Santos and Post and guys like that. But they have the bones of a team that can compete for a championship.
Sure. In terms of Sacramento and Golden State, do you think it factors in at all that it is Sacramento who's so interested? Yes, there has been a rivalry in the last couple of years between these two teams, but does it factor in that Sacramento is so close to the Warriors just in terms of location, everything else, it makes it tougher for the Warriors to want to make that deal, specifically with the Kings?
I would have instinctively said no, because if you're running an NBA front office,
you would think it makes zero difference. Well, you would think so.
No, my inclination would have been to say, if you're running an NBA front office, you don't worry about location.
Yeah, if you're Mike Dunleavy, you're not thinking about that.
But Sam Amick was on with Dave yesterday,
brought up
happened to mention, we have the sound real quick here, this part of it.
So what I didn't get into that I think in the periphery is a small factor potentially is that Joe Lacob is just like eternally in love with Jonathan Kuminga.
Okay.
And there is a sense from some people involved that there's a real reluctance not only to obviously finally kind of quit him, if you will, but to see him go up the road to another Northern California NBA team.
Yeah.
It is run by a guy in Vivek Ranadive who used to be with the Warriors. And then what if Kuminga blows up and is a total star? From a personal ownership dynamic level, there are some folks that feel like that could be playing a small part. Again, that's not really relevant because these other things are the real obstacles. But I mean, Joe, like a lot of owners, is very involved too.
There you go. I mean, there's a lot of things going on here that are factoring into it. I do think that is a smaller factor in the whole.
I think so, but it is interesting that the people who you have to have sign off on the decision are the ones who are not wanting to maybe make the deal for, Lacob doesn't want to give him to Vivek because of their prior relationship potentially. They don't want to see Kuminga, who Lacob is the one pounding his fists on the table that I believe he's going to be a star. To see him then become a star for Vivek's team might hurt Joe Lacob personally a little bit.
Sure, no doubt about it. And the other thing, so much has been made about Steve Kerr and the relationship with Kuminga, and the factor with that. You don't think that's as big a factor, though?
Well, it was interesting during the Hoop Collective where Aaron Turner was talking to Windhorst and our friend of the station, friend of the show, Anthony Slater. They mentioned that, hey, yes, Steve has stymied the growth a little bit, but also, Kuminga, when he slotted in, when Wiggins, he mentioned the Beam Team season. When Kuminga slotted in for Wiggins, when Wiggins was away from the team, that was tremendous for Kuminga's growth. So he's like, Steve has helped Kuminga and stymied Kuminga in different places. I think Kuminga would be okay playing for Steve Kerr. I think the bigger thing is the role is where they're asking more questions, because Steve Kerr said it after they lost to the Warriors or lost to the Timberwolves, is Jonathan Kuminga and Jimmy Butler don't make a ton of sense playing together on the court at the same time, along with Draymond Green. And that's probably where because there's just not enough shooting around Steph. So that's kind of where they run into the problem of where is Kuminga going to fit in on this team.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And Butler's not a guy who's going to be an outside shooter. I mean, that's the bottom line.
And neither is Kuminga, and neither is Draymond.
No.
So why are you putting him around Steph Curry? That's kind of the question. And it's probably why they're very interested in Trey Murphy, a great outside shooter.
That's why we're at where we're at right now.
I think the Steve Kerr part might be a little bit overblown based on what Turner was saying, is that it's the roster construct. Again, bring it back to the Kings. The roster construction is the thing that makes a little bit less sense.
No doubt. Now, I mean, the Warriors do have some good young bigs that can shoot. I mean, Post came out and was really good last year for them. So it's just interesting to see the direction that the Warriors are going to go. And to your point, in 2 years' time, what's it going to look like with Kerr's contract up, Curry's contract up? How much longer does Steph want to play? Is it another 5-year deal? Draymond Green's contract will be up at that point. I don't see how they bring Draymond Green back. I was surprised he got the 4-year deal when he did, based on what was going on the season prior to that. I was shocked that he got a 4-year, $100 million deal.
In 2027, they want to be able to go in any direction they can, because Steph Curry's going to be 39 at that point. And so the idea is that Steph can't be the best player on a championship team at 39 years old. That would be completely unprecedented. Even LeBron James, who won a championship at 38, had Anthony Davis in his prime to help win that title in the bubble. So the idea is, well, in 2027, we could get Giannis or Jokic. Both of them are free agents. But if we don't get Giannis or Jokic, Steph, we got to go to the bottom. You can do the Kobe Bryant retirement tour if you want, but we got to go to the bottom and we got to try and draft the next Steph Curry. And that's kind of the flexibility they're trying to preserve.
Yeah, no, it's interesting. And again, from the Kings standpoint, I mean, they want him. I mean, there's no doubt they want to make a move and get him and figure out what's going on. And for the Kings, they still have the King Murray question that's looming, right? And based on what happens with Kuminga, how does that affect what they do with Keegan Murray?
I think bringing Kuminga would help Keegan Murray's development tremendously. I mean, Keegan Murray's best time in Sacramento offensively was when he was playing alongside Harrison Barnes.
Sure, it could help on the court, but what about contractually?
I mean, do they want to pair Kuminga with Keegan going forward? I think that's a very solid 3 and 4, you would say.
Sure, and then looking at the salary cap structure based on all of that too, right?
Yeah. And especially if you are committed to 2 years of Zack Lavine,
right,
at least 2 more years of Domantas Sabonis, then, Kuminga has a player option after 2027. Maybe at that point they bring him back on a new deal, you reevaluate all that stuff. I mean, it's all angling for the summer of 2027 if they bring in Kuminga.
There's no doubt about that. That'll be really interesting and fascinating to see what shakes out in that scenario right there. But, For the Warriors, I mean, again, they're playing truly for this season. They're going to make whatever move that's going to win them a championship right now. I mean, I know they're holding on to picks. I understand what you're saying about 2027, but it is still about winning a ring this year for the Golden State Warriors.
That's why they cannot afford for Kuminga to take the qualifying offer. And why, they should probably just capitulate and give him the player option in year 3, because Kuminga might turn down the player option. And even if he comes back, the Warriors expect that he's going to be traded before that contract expires. Whether that's for Trey Murphy, whether that's for someone else, part of bringing back Kuminga is that he is your best trade piece to go get a top-end power forward or a top-end shooting guard to, spot-up shooter to pair alongside Steph Curry. That's also part of the equation for them too, is that they would like to trade Kuminga for something better than Kuminga.
Yeah, no doubt. For the Kings, lots of other questions just besides whether they can bring Kuminga into the mix. As we've said, it is a very full roster at the 2 and 3 spot, and what moves are going to be made there. And again, the fact that Lavine and DeRozan are both still on the roster, a lot of people, wondering what's going to happen before camp. What's the starting 5 going to look like with a healthy Malik Monk back as well? Malik was starting, then he came off the bench. DeMar's starting. Will he come off the bench? I mean, there's lots of things that need to be decided here in a short period of time.
And if you bring in Russell Westbrook, how does the equation change, right? Because I would guess that even if the Kings don't get Kuminga, they will attempt to sign Russell Westbrook before training camp. But Kuminga thing is just, I think they're going to end up with Russell Westbrook either way, but it's just a matter of, do they bring him in what role and what capacity?
Westbrook would be coming off the bench. I don't think there's much question about that.
But if he comes in on this current version of the Kings, you would then have Dennis Schroeder, Russell Westbrook, Zack Lavine, DeMar DeRozan, Malik Monk, Keon Ellis, Nick Clifford, Devin Carter. I mean, that's 9 guards.
Way too guard heavy.
Yeah, exactly. You've got 9 guards, and you can only realistically play 3, maybe 4 at the same time. If Nick Clifford's going to be playing power forward in spurts, maybe you can get away with playing them at the 4.
Well, obviously, Keegan would be playing a lot more at the 4. There's no doubt in that scenario.
Well, he would be playing exclusively at the 4, which is, in my opinion, not the best role for Keegan Murray, is being a tall man 4, basically. He is probably more of a wing type of player, and they would be asking him to defend Zion Williamson and Aaron Gordon and big 4s that are bruisers down low.
Well, we saw last year when DeRozan tried to defend Aaron Gordon. What happened there?
The worst performance I've seen all year. Aaron Gordon, I think, outscored the Kings in the first quarter of that game when they put DeRozan at the 4.
Yeah, no doubt. There's a lot of things to figure out, and trying to figure out the roster structures you keep talking about is going to be a main theme, again, with training camp opening up in just 10 days. 10 days, the Kings will be getting after it, and we're going to be talking about preseason games here in just a week or two, and regular season's less than a month away now. It's remarkable.
So it's 10 days till media day, 12 days until the Kuminga situation has to be resolved, and 16 days until the first preseason game.
Pretty amazing.
I mean, and
it's here.
Someone new is going to be coming in, whether it's Westbrook or Kuminga.
Someone will be here. All right. We'll take the break. When we come back, what we know is going on this weekend, certainly NFL football, 49ers. We'll delve in more to the 49ers Cardinals game. Calais Campbell talking about whether he'd want to match up with Brock Purdy or Mac Jones. We'll get to that sound as well. Want to take your phone calls, 916-339-1140. Give us a call. It's the Alan Stiles Show right here, Sacktown Sports 1140.
Switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother Unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure talk, everything you need and nothing you don't.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that, and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27 and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
With football in the air, fall is almost here. Time to start thinking about the cooler weather ahead and whether your heater will be able to get you through the winter. Our heater fell apart last winter, so who did we call? Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating. We wanted somebody we could trust to do the job right and deliver great value, and Lee's came through. Check them out at leesair.com. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating has built a reputation as the leading HVAC company in Sacramento. We've got a new HVAC system that works great, saves us money month to month. Find out how they can help you at leesair.com. License number 635355.
When I was a kid, I remember my dad, a lineman, leaving in the middle of the night. Families were depending on him to get their power back on to keep them safe and warm. Watching him taught me that this work isn't just about wires and circuits. It's about people and the trust they place in us when the lights go out. That's why I started Maverick Electric Heating and Air, to carry on that same promise of showing up, doing it right, and protecting families when they need us most. Visit callamaverick.com.
Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room with primetime football. It's back. Capital Casino is giving away $500 per game and high-hand bonuses for every Sunday, Monday, and Thursday night primetime game, offering the best food, best service, and the best action with the most variety of games in the region and conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com, and please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Paid non-attorney spokesperson. Paid for by Action Matters.
Attention former and present inmates of women's prisons in California. If you are currently or were an inmate of Central California Women's Facility in Chowchilla, also known as Chowchilla Women's Facility, Valley State Prison for Women in Chowchilla, Institute for Women in Chino, or Folsom Women's Facility in Represa, and were a victim of sexual abuse, now is the time to come forward, as you may be entitled to substantial financial compensation. If you were an inmate at any of these prisons at any time and were subjected to sexual abuse from staff members, you may be entitled to substantial cash compensation. Call our California Women's Prison Helpline now at 800-408-1240. The deadline to file a claim may be close. Call now to get the justice, closure, and the financial settlement you deserve. Even if it was long ago, call our law firm's Women's Prison Sexual Abuse Helpline right now at 800-408-1240. 800-408-1240. 800-408-1240.
Alan Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Welcome back into the Alan Stiles Show right here, Sacktown Sports 1140. Scott Marshall on with Kyle Ledbetter. We'll be with you until 2 o'clock today. Drive Guys coming your way from 2 to 6 this afternoon. Always great being on a Friday. Always great to be on the show, but always great to be on a Friday afternoon. Best show of the week leading into the weekend. We've got a ton of NFL games to talk about. I'm going to put Kyle on the spot, get his picks for Week 3 coming up. It's also college football, as you know. I get the opportunity to do the UC Davis football games. They've got a big home opener tomorrow night. You can get your tickets at ucdavisaggies.com for that. But looking forward to that. Sacramento State's also at home tomorrow night, looking for their second straight home win. And, of course, a lot of great national games, too. So we'll talk some college football as well. We've been giving you our thoughts on the latest with the Jonathan Kuminga situation. we're all hoping for a resolution of this one. We have been talking about this all off season long. The good news is there's going to have to be movement by October 1st on that. We'll find out if Jonathan Kuminga will end up in a Kings uniform. And as we said, media day for the Kings is a week from Monday. They start training camp that Tuesday afterwards, and we'll have all the coverage for you right here on Sacktown Sports 1140 all season long. Looking forward to the Kings season as always, and to get some NBA hoop back in our area. All right. 49ers, of course, we'll have them as well on Sunday here. So noon start time, 1 o'clock kickoff. 49ers and Cardinals. And it looks like Mac Jones will be the starter for the 49ers on Sunday. Brock Purdy hasn't been ruled out completely for this game yet, but just if you read between the lines, it feels like he's a week away. Here's some thoughts on what the Cardinals would prefer in terms of facing. Here was Calais Campbell talking about who he wants to see behind center for the 49ers.
Brock Purdy practiced today on a limited basis. Kyle Shanahan said there's a shot to play, although certainly it is far from a certainty. You saw Mac Jones. I'm sure you've been watching tape. You saw Mac Jones last week. Is there a quarterback you'd rather face, or do you literally go into it and go, I don't care, bring on whoever and we'll go play? What's the mindset-wise when you know they have a question at the most important position?
You want a truthful answer? The truthful answer is I'd much rather play against Mac Jones. But at the same time, I miss football. and that's not a shot because Mac is a first-round talent, and he can do all the things. He just hasn't been that defense. He hasn't been that offense a long time, so he just is still going through it. But with Brock, I mean, he's a master of that offense. He can make it go.
Fair answer. Love the answer. Love the truthfulness there, Kyle. It's still a shot, though. It's still a shot. I don't know if it's pinboarded up on the Niners locker room per se, but I mean, if you're Mac Jones, you're listening to that, you're paying attention to it, and if that doesn't fire you up just a little bit more, he's already absolutely fired up. I mean, it's not like that comment alone is just going to all of a sudden fire up Mac Jones, but it's still, at the end of the day, it's still a shot.
It's more honest than you're used to hearing from these guys in those moments, which
it's fair.
I also think Calais Campbell kind of talked around it towards the back end, but
I think he kind of thought what he said, right, and then kind of tried to bring it back in a little bit, right?
I'm sure he would have some funnier, more honest answers if he wasn't on camera, but
of course,
it was more honest than we're used to. And look, Calais Campbell has, first of all, his voice is incredible. Just great voice. He would, if they need a voice actor for Cookie Monster, he would be just fantastic for it. But also, Calais Campbell's been in the league for a long time, and he knows the difference between playing a quarterback who the system is built around and is familiar with the system, and somebody who is a backup, and they're scheming to that person's strengths.
Sure.
Now, fortunately, Shanahan would love to scheme to Mac Jones's strengths because it's the things Shanahan loves to do, which is zone runs, short, quick passes, play actions. Those are the things Mac Jones does well. And that's just Shanahan getting to go into the lab and do different fun things. But of course it's going to be easier to face Mac Jones than it would be Brock Purdy. I mean, Brock Purdy's been in the system for his entire career now.
Sure. It's a fair comment by Calais Campbell. And again, it's very honest. Now, the good news for the Niners, I mean, Mac Jones, the short sample has been pretty good. I mean, he's played well. He looked good in preseason. We understand it's preseason, but he looked good on Sunday. Now, some people might have said that was preseason too in New Orleans. Now that's a shot.
That's a shot across the bow.
That's a shot across the bow right there. This will be a much better challenge for Mac Jones, but it's a guy who has obviously NFL experience, a guy who was drafted high, all those types of things. And I don't know, just from a gut feel, I feel like Mac Jones has a chance to be pretty good here for the time that he's filling in for Purdy.
Oh, yeah. So when we were doing fill-in shows with Allen out and we heard the news that Brock was going to be out, I looked at it and I said, hey, they're going to be able to win a bit with Mac Jones here.
I think so.
We know all the stories about, even though no one's been able to put a definitive report to it, it is widely believed that was the guy Shanahan wanted to take in 2021. They traded up and got Trey Lance. thought that was going to have higher upside, didn't end up working out. But what Mac Jones does really well is exactly the way Shanahan likes to scheme games. And that is going to make life so much easier for everyone else compared to what it would look like if you had, I don't know, pick a generic Taylor Heineke or some other, if you had Spencer Rattler at quarterback right now for the Saints, or he is the quarterback of the Saints, but if he were on the Niners, they would have a harder time scheming around him than, say, Mac Jones. And, of course, Christian McCaffrey is still going to make everything you do easier on offense because of his versatility.
No doubt. And that's the real key, right? With McCaffrey, and he's been great so far, and he's held up. And as long as his health is good, the 49ers are always going to have a chance.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you can take away pretty much everything else, and it kind of feels like you have at this point with no Ayuk, no George Kittle. No. Jawan Jennings hasn't practiced all week. Just everything on the offense is injured. Right? Brock Purdy's gone, but as long as you have Christian McCaffrey, you have got yourself a puncher's chance of being able to move the ball down the field.
Yeah, and the fact that the Niners are still favored in this game, these small favorites. What does that say about the Cardinals?
I mean, the Cardinals are not a perfect beacon of health either right now. I mean, they've had offensive line injuries so far. Their first-round pick, Walter Nolan, hasn't played at all yet this season. I think he's on the PUP list maybe right now. And 2 of their 3 starting corners are either not practicing.
Melton and Johnson are both out.
Yep, exactly. And Garrett Williams, their other corner, got friendly fire from Budda Baker last week. I think he ended up going back in the game, but he took a shot too. So we'll see how it looks. The Cardinals are not exactly perfect on defense either. I joked earlier this week, the Cardinals haven't had a top 15 defense since like 1997, but they certainly are great on offense. They have more talent than they've had in the past, and I think they're going to be a playoff team.
Yeah. How about defensively for the 49ers? We haven't really focused on that at all. But with Robert Saleh back, have you noticed a difference first 2 weeks?
I mean, it's not as good as the Super Bowl teams, which is fine. Nick Bosa has had big plays to win both games now so far, which that's what you pay the big bucks for, is for the big opportune plays in those moments. But Fred Warner was Defensive Player of the Week last week too. So again, it's kind of similar to how you talk about Patrick Mahomes makes things easier for the Kansas City offense and Josh Allen makes things easier for Buffalo. Is Fred Warner and Nick Bosa make everything look better because they are 2 future Hall of Famers on defense. But the reality is this is not the same 49ers defense of years past, and they're probably going to be middle of the pack this year on the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah, D. Winters has played pretty well.
D. Winters has been good. Yeah, Lenore's been as good as you could ask for your big money corner. I know Jair Brown had some growing pains last year, and he's far from perfect, but he looks a little bit better. I don't know. They're missing the talent. Michael Williams has, I don't know, I think he has a couple pressures, but I don't think he has a sack yet. Their first round pick from, was it Georgia, the 11th pick in the draft? They're not as talented as past years, and that's okay. Saleh is coming in, and he'll probably get more out of those guys than another coordinator would.
Yeah. All right. Sunday by far will be their toughest challenge against Arizona at home. We'll see if the Niners can get the 3-0. It's a huge divisional game against Arizona. When we come back, we're going to turn our focus back around some baseball. We've got Giants Dodgers tonight. Let's talk about that a little bit. Final performance by Clayton Kershaw against the Giants, most likely, unless they matched up in the playoffs and somehow Kershaw was starting. This will be the final time Kershaw takes the mound against San Francisco. We'll get into that when we come back and go through the playoff picture as well. This is the Alan Stiles Show right here, Sacktown Sports 1140.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
When shopping for a new car, what do you want? A great selection? A low monthly payment? More for your trade? At Northern California's best Honda dealer, Stockton Honda, you get it all. Model year-end savings are going on now. Drive away in your favorite Honda. It's savings you just can't say no to. Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Based on the results of the study, recognized on June 18, 2025, USA Today's list of California's top car dealers 2025.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Xfinity. Introducing the 5-year price guarantee. One internet price, 5 years guaranteed. Well, as we hit the home stretch in 2025, there seems little doubt that Nick Kurtz will become the American League Rookie of the Year, and even a chance that Kurtz and Jacob Wilson will finish 1-2, and also the chance that Wilson will become the A's first rookie ever to win the American League batting title.
Welcome to Dugout Radio, the undisputed home of Boomtown Baseball.
The Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity, baby. Our next caller is
Stacy. How do you stay locked in on every pitch and play?
We stream it all live on Xfinity Internet with low lag, 99.99% network reliability, and speeds faster than a base runner beating the throw to home plate.
I stream on my TV, tablets, even my smart fridge.
Smart fridge?
With all those games, we gotta refuel.
Stream live baseball with Wi-Fi built for the biggest moments. Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary, not guaranteed.
Discover Terra Madre Americas, one of the world's most exciting food events, coming to Northern California for the first time this September 26th through 28th. Dig into good, clean, and fair food for all with chefs Alice Waters, Sean Sherman, and Jeremiah Tower. Hear music from The War on Drugs, Spoon, Big Head Todd and the Monsters, Jade Bird, and Passion Pit Solo Acoustic. Savor the journey of Terra Madre Americas, only in Sacramento. Details on TerraMadreUSA.com. Terra Madre Americas is supported by Sacramento International Airport and brought to you by Slow Food and Visit Sacramento.
Carmichael Dave here for my friends at American Energy Heating and Air. Yes, I always tell you they are a family-owned operation, been in business since 81, A-plus Better Business Bureau, but it is hot. We are in those Sacramento hot months. I want to focus on them being your second opinion partner. What does that mean? Maybe you've got somebody you're working with or you've worked with in the past in the HVAC world. Guess what? They want to give you a second opinion. How much does it cost? Nothing. You call them up and say, hey, can I get a second opinion on this deal? They come out and they either say, wow, that's a great deal, you should feel better about that. Or they say, we can beat that price. And usually they're going to beat it by a lot. Guess what? You just saved money and it didn't cost you anything to find out. It's a no-lose situation. Go with a trusted company. American Energy, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Jingle Singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Hey, this is Jelly Roll. This National Recovery Month, start your recovery journey. Choose a proven addiction treatment option that's right for you at choosechangeca.org.
Listen to the 49er Rewind daily, brought to you by Mountain Mike's Pizza, the official pizza of the 49ers. Mountain Mike's Pizza, pizza the way it ought to be.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sacktown Sports.
Welcome back into the Alan Stiles Show right here, Sacktown Sports, 1140. Scott Marsh along with Kyle Ledbetter. We're here until 2 o'clock this afternoon. Getting you ready for the drive, guys. Getting you ready for a big football weekend. 49ers and Cardinals. We'll have it right here on Sacktown Sports. Noon broadcast start time, 1 o'clock kickoff. We've got UC Davis football on Saturday night here. That's a 7 o'clock kickoff home opener for the Aggies. We'll turn our attention. We're going to make all our NFL picks in the next segment. We'll talk college football coming up in the next hour. Scott Gordon, who does the UC Davis games with me, college football analyst, will join me. We'll break down some of the other college football games going on. We'll get you caught up on all the other activities. But right now, let's touch on baseball a little bit. Giants are in LA. It's the final meeting of the season between the Giants and the Dodgers. Little extra going tonight. Clayton Kershaw announcing his retirement yesterday at the end of the year. It'll be his final start at Dodger Stadium tonight. Appropriately, it'll be against the Giants, who were making a bid to get into the playoff picture as a wild card, but right now it seems like it has fallen away. Still mathematically there, but they're 3 games behind the Mets for that final spot with 9 to go. They're a game behind Arizona as well. And so it's going to be tough to leapfrog a few teams, Kyle, to get back in this one. It's too bad because they were playing some good ball and they just fell off in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, they fought their way back into a wild card race that at the deadline they sold. I mean, they didn't believe they were going to get back into the wild card race. And here they were. I think they got within a half game at one point.
Yeah.
So I guess good on them for making the run, and they're probably not going to be able to finish it off, but I still think they should be commended for making the turnaround. I'm sure when Allen gets back here, which funny enough, his first day back is the day after the season ends, which is also media day. So either the Giants will be in the playoffs and he will be coming in hot, or the Giants will be out of the playoffs, and I'm sure he'll have all sorts of thoughts about it with all the Giants stuff he does. But he kind of brought me around to the point of like, they shouldn't have been back in the race, so let's just enjoy that they were here while they were there. And I wanted them to get the 6th seed because they would have played the Dodgers in the wild card. That would have been
interesting. And in a best of 3, anything can happen.
Oh, for sure. Especially
you got Webb pitching one of those games.
You got Ray. You know, look, I don't know if they would have. I made the joke, baseball is dumb, so whoever's going to get the 6th seed is probably going to go to the NLCS because that happens all the time in baseball.
Yeah, and the way the baseball playoffs are, I mean, it's borderline unfair for these teams. I mean, I don't know. I guess best of 3. How are you going to do it when you expand playoffs? Because baseball, unlike any other sport, in a 1-game scenario or a best of 3, anybody can truly win it.
It's why I'm so surprised that at least in the division series round, they haven't gone to 7 games yet.
They just don't have time. I mean, which sounds crazy, right? But
just shorten.
I mean, they're already playing until November, as it is.
Shorten the regular season 12 games.
Yeah,
start the playoffs this Monday.
Not going to happen. All right, for Kershaw, as we said, he's retiring at the end of the year. Is he the greatest left-handed pitcher of all time?
Well, I'm a little baby child, so I've only seen baseball for the last 15 years. But in my lifetime, he's without question the best left-handed pitcher of all time. You can go down the Randy Johnsons and the Sandy Koufaxes and the whoever else you want to pick. But
Koufax may be the most dominant over a 5-year stretch. I mean, that's understandably going back, but what he did in the 60s, you just look at his numbers, were almost unapproachable. In terms of longevity of career, it'd be hard to argue against Randy Johnson. He got the 300 wins in a different era when you actually got wins as a pitcher. His strikeout record, almost 5,000. So, yep. I certainly make that case.
I'm in on Kershaw being the best.
Really?
But again, I never saw Randy Johnson play at his best. So I only have but so much of a database. But Clayton Kershaw, as a San Diego Padre fan and someone who, as a child, loved when Clayton Kershaw would mess it up in the playoffs. I mean, the Padres never made the playoffs, so all we had to root for was the Dodgers losing. But Clayton Kershaw is incredible. The style of I'll say this much: the Clayton Kershaw 12-6 curveball, where it starts all the way up high and just drops in. that might be the most unhittable pitch I've seen in my entire life. I mean, it just was such a game changer.
I mean, he was able to throw 97, 98 on top of it. I mean, he was the most dominant left-hander of the era. Some people might say, Madison Bumgarner was a better postseason pitcher. And, some people would put him on the list. No, I don't know if all-time greats, but certainly if you had a top 10 list, he might be considered.
No, I mean, if you extend it out to this era specifically, I mean, you think of him, you think of Justin Verlander, you think of Max Scherzer. Those are the first ballot Hall of Famers of this era. And I mean, unless I'm forgetting someone, I can't really think of a fourth. It's been those three guys for so long, just at the top of their games and extending their careers into their 40s.
For sure. Some other names to come up, just kind of going through some of the stuff here. Steve Carlton, if you want to go back a different era. Warren Spahn, if you want to go way back in baseball history. But to the point, there hasn't been a ton of left-handed all-time great pitchers. I mean, we're mentioning Kershaw here, and really the only one who's kind of in the same era per se is Randy Johnson, Baumgartner. I mean, everybody else, you're going back a couple of decades at least.
Someone on the text line mentioned Fernando Valenzuela.
Yep. Fernando going back to 30, 40 years ago. Yep.
Yeah.
Perhaps. I mean, the best rookie year of any left-hander ever, that's for sure. Tom Glavine, another one who was dominant in those A's days.
Sure, Hall of Famer.
With Mulder and Zito, who were also lefties.
Yeah. You can pick your favorite player from your era as well, but with you certainly have been watching baseball and great pitchers a lot longer than I, but at least in my lifetime, I mean, Kershaw, when you take the longevity into it, the dominance, I still think probably like DeGrom in that one era, like that 2-year period where DeGrom was incredible is probably the best I've ever seen a pitcher pitch. But right after that, it's like 2014 Clayton Kershaw, 2011 to 2014 Clayton Kershaw was just absolutely unbelievable.
And the one thing for sure, he was dominant against the Giants. You look at his numbers, and there probably has been no other pitchers had more success against San Francisco. So we'll see how that shakes down tonight. As you look at the National League overall, I mean, right now, you got to say the Brewers are the team to beat. Phillies are the next best team. I don't see the Dodgers repeating as things stand. I mean, their starting pitching has come together. Their relief pitching is just terrible right now. Absolutely terrible.
I mean, baseball's so strange. I mean, before last year where the Dodgers won it as the 1 seed, it was like the Braves were the 1 seed and lost in the wild card. The Dodgers in 2022 won 111 games and got bounced out by the Padres. I'd love any chance I can get to mention that.
No doubt. Speaking of your Padres, I mean, they still have some of the best relief pitching in the game, and that means more in the postseason than any other time of year. So,
hey, 3 games in Chicago. That's my focus. It's just they got like if they beat the Cubs, that would be like I'm not even expecting them to win that. I mean, the starting pitching has been down so bad for them, but if they beat the Cubs, great. I mean, that would set them up to play the Brewers, which hey, the Brewers have been amazing this year. No shame in losing to the Brewers.
No doubt. They've been great. American League, of course, the debates about who's going to be the MVP. Can it be Cal Raleigh? Does he deserve it? I think he does. I know a lot of people would argue against that. Aaron Judge is certainly going to be considered for that if he doesn't win it outright. But I don't know. I think with the Mariners right there in the thick of it to win the West, I would go that direction.
So we talked about this with Jose earlier this week, who's obviously a Fresno State guy and got to see him in college. But I don't have an issue with people who want to have Cal Raleigh win the MVP. This has been the summer of Cal Raleigh between the home run records and the home run derby.
Sure,
and
the Mariners
else.
are playing good ball on top of it.
Exactly. Although they were playing terrible ball right before that, but now they're playing.
They're on a roll right now. They're finishing strong.
Yeah, exactly. I don't have an issue with people who make the case for Raleigh to win it. I say that to say Judge is going to win the MVP. Like that is what's going to happen. I mean, he has just been incredible. Raleigh's I think his OPS is like 950, which is incredible. Judge is 1,129 OPS right now. Like he is the best average hitter and the best power hitter.
He's the best player. There's no doubt.
It's him and Ohtani, and you can pick 1 and 2 between the two, but it's so rare to have the combination of the best average hitter and power hitter be the same person.
Sure. I don't think there's any question, but in this 1 year situation where Cal Raleigh's doing something historical, right? And being a catcher on a team that's winning, I would throw my vote at him if I had one.
I absolutely understand it. He is leading the league in home runs at a position that does not do it. And by the way, is a Gold Glove catcher too.
Absolutely.
Aaron Judge is also leading baseball in runs, walks, batting average, on base percentage, slugging percentage, OPS plus, wins above replacement among hitters. And he's significantly ahead of Cal Raleigh. So it's just Aaron Judge is that good. And it's no slight to Cal Raleigh. It's just we're witnessing maybe the best hitter since insert name here, whoever you want to pick.
He might be the best Yankees hitter of all time.
I mean, I'm struggling to think of who would be ahead of him.
Well, Babe Ruth was pretty good.
Yeah, but that was a long time ago,
Luke Gehrig was pretty good. Mickey Mantle was, it's not too hard to rattle off names with the Yankees.
But Aaron Judge.
That guy DiMaggio.
Aaron Judge might have them all beat.
He might be, to your point.
Or at the very least, it's from before you, or certainly I, were around.
Hey, I'm going to put myself in your category for all of those. I didn't see Ruth play. Okay, let's just make that clear. All right. I know you're a young whippersnapper. I get it. But I did not see Babe Ruth play or Mickey Mantle for that matter. All right. We've got a break. When we come back, it'll be the NFL 1 o'clock hour, some college football as well. We come back. We give you our breakdown of the games on Sunday. Of course, our look at the Niners and Cardinals, in addition to everything else going on in the National Football League. It's the Alan Stiles Show right here, Sacktown Sports 1140.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, and Woodland. Chad, what's happening for Chrysler's Drive into Fall sales event?
Just like falling leaves, prices are falling at Hoblet. Right now, you can save up to $14,000 off MSRP on new Ram 1500 crew cabs. That's $14,000 off Motor Trend's 2025 Truck of the Year. Plus, with nearly 500 Rams available, whatever truck you need, Hoblet has it.
Well, that's got to be some of the best savings of the year on Rams, but what if I'm looking for something different?
You need to check out the Hoblet Certified Pre-Owned Supercenter with nearly 200 vehicles available and 55 under $20,000.
Experience the Hoblet difference. Search, select, and save through their whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
14,000 total net savings on select new Ram 1500 Bighorns after 8162 factory rebates and 5838 dealer discount. Rebates include 5816, get 10% below MSRP, 2000 SFS bonus cash, must finance with Stellantis, 500 on the job upfit, must show eligible upfit. 3 this net savings, sample VIN 772-979. See dealer for details.
Big O Tires.
From September 2nd to the 28th, get $60 in rebate savings on sets of 4 Michelin tires, totaling $900 or more. Or get $40 in rebate savings on purchases of $899.99 or less with installation purchase. Plus, Big O Tires will match up to $60 in instant savings. Big O Tires, the team you trust. Installation required. Disposal fees and shop fees. Extra where permitted. See store for pricing. Eligibility may vary. Not valid with other offers.
Alan Stiles here with your Sacktown Sports Injury Update, brought to you by DTLA Law Group. Ben Bowden, out with that left shoulder lat strain, got an MRI last week and showed a grade 2 lat strain. He's currently shut down from throwing. His expected return is TBD. Denzel Clark, out with that right adductor strain, is set to run the bases in mid-September and could begin a rehab assignment in mid-September. If all goes well, his expected return late September. That was your Sacktown Sports Injury Update, brought to you by DTLA Law Group. Hey, I'm Alan Stiles. Injured at work? Call downtown. DTLA Law Group, California's leading injury law firm. With over 40 lawyers throughout California, they have won over $500 million in settlements. DTLA Law Group will get you compensation for your work injury. You don't pay unless they win. That's right. You pay zero up front. Call downtown. Text injury help to 40222. That's injury help to 40222. Visit them at calldowntown.com. Text charges may apply.
The deals are on now at the model year-end sales event at Balsam Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? Save on year-end models and drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our number one priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda.
Go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I'm opening my own coffee shop.
I smell a caffeinated catastrophe.
And I needed menu boards and banners printed.
What you really needed was a reality check.
Staples really came through. They printed menus and signs, even flyers in time for my grand opening.
And that's where the other shoe dropped.
Not quite. I got $125 off my custom print order.
Cha-ching! For your business printing, Staples.
That was easy.
Now save up to $125 on custom print orders. Valid in-store and online. Ends 11/1. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Let's go.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Nighttime is fun time at the Hagen Oaks Top Tracer driving range. It's more relaxed at night with people enjoying technology, where you can play Pebble Beach at Hagen Oaks, compete against your friends in a variety of games, or just practice at your leisure. There's food when you're hungry from hangout eats and drinks, or enjoy a beverage on the brand new patio with relaxed seating. And check out the summer-long free concert schedule. It's the Hagen Oaks driving range nightly until midnight, Fulton Avenue at Business 80.
KHD HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports 1140. Live and local.
It's Alan Stiles.
On Sacktown Sports.
Welcome back into the Alan Stiles Show right here, Sacktown Sports, 11:40, 1 hour left to go. Scott Marsh filling in for Alan this afternoon. Kyle Ledbetter here as well. We're going to give you our football picks coming up here. We're going to talk some college football with Scott Gordon. He's my football analyst for UC Davis football, former college quarterback. Get his take on the college football scene. And then, of course, we'll have our crosstalk going on to finish out the show today, as Kevin Gleason will join us, getting us ready for the Drive Guys 2 to 6 right here on Sacktown Sports 1140. All right, Kyle, let's get to it. Let's get to week 3 in the National Football League. We know what happened last night. Bills beating the Dolphins. Buffalo now 3-0. Dolphins 0-3. Love the music. Is Buffalo the best team in the league?
I've said best offense in the league, best team. We'll wait and see, because that defense, they need to shore up some things.
Is Josh Allen going to win another MVP?
I would say it's probably going to be him or Lamar again.
The Ravens got to beat the Bills for Lamar Jackson to be MVP, doesn't he?
I mean, they had him beat, basically.
Had them beat and beat are two different things. And how many times have we said that about the Baltimore Ravens?
Yeah, blame Derrick Henry. It's not Lamar Jackson's fault Derrick Henry can't hold a football.
And play calling late in that game, too. But let's not get too sidetracked on that.
Sure. Yes. As of right now,
I'm not going for it on 4th and 3 also.
Yeah. I mean,
all right. We're backtracking.
Certainly.
I want to hear about what's upcoming, not what happened a week ago.
Yes, I would say it's either Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, or Baker Mayfield.
Baker Mayfield?
That was a joke, but
hey, he's a winner. We'll say that.
2-0, you know?
He is. All right, let's get to the games this week. In no order in particular, maybe biggest blowout. First, though, Packers in Cleveland to take on the Browns.
Yeah, the only question is just how many points are the Packers going to score on offense, because that defense is super duper solid for the Packers.
Will Cleveland win a game this year?
Yeah, at some point.
Okay. Well, it's not an automatic.
I think Cleveland will win 2-3. I will say this. All three quarterbacks are going to play at some point. Flacco, Gabriel, and Shedeur are all going to play at some point this year.
No question. They're with Flacco right now, but I want to see Shedeur play. I honestly want to see what happens.
I want to see Dylan Gabriel play. It seems like they believe in him.
Yeah, no, and he was great at Oregon before at Oklahoma before that. All right, Colts and Titans. Indy gets that ref-induced win, and the Titans 0-2 right now.
Let's go, Daniel Jones Colts. This is
He's played well.
Yeah, this is the Sam Darnold Panthers or Derek Carr Saints, where they start 3-0 and are probably going to go 5-12. But let's go Colts.
How about Sean Steichen too, local guy?
Shane,
excuse me.
Yeah,
local guy, played at Oak Ridge.
Yep.
Colorado Hills guy. I saw him as a quarterback there. He's a heck of a player.
It takes a lot of balls to sit your franchise quarterback for Daniel Jones and have it pay off, especially for him, where this is year 3 and they haven't made the playoffs.
Yeah.
They might not make the playoffs, but expectation is everything. And if they go 8-9 or 9-8 this year, he might buy himself another season.
Yeah, we'll see. All right, Bengals with Jake Browning, another local product. We go from El Dorado Hills to Folsom to take on the Vikings, who won't be with J.J. McCarthy. He's going to miss a few games, and maybe they'll be better without him. I mean, you know, he has not played well. He had the one quarter on Monday night to save the game in Chicago against a hapless Bears team. What do you think of this game?
So these two teams are just basically the exact same right now. You've got the B team offense for the Vikings against the B team offense of the Bengals, but they have the two best wide receivers in the NFL, so maybe that's going to make all of their lives easier. I also heard a crazy stat earlier this week that, like, if Carson Wentz starts, then it'll be the first quarterback to start for 6 different teams in 6 years.
But how crazy. I mean, Carson Wentz was league MVP. I mean,
yeah, but I think we all realize it was kind of playing with 3 Hall of Fame offensive linemen.
That's fine, but he still, was playing at that level.
But so did Nick Foles. And then Nick Foles
won a Super Bowl.
Yeah, but then Nick Foles went to the Jaguars and stunk too. So I'm just saying that, you know, I think the offensive line of the Eagles was more to, I think we can say now, the offensive line of the Eagles probably was doing more for Carson Wentz than Wentz was doing for them.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair to say. Let's see here.
I guess I didn't make a pick.
Make a pick.
I'll say Bengals win. Let's go Jake Browning.
Okay. Yes, I'm going to go with the Bengals as well in this one. All right, Steelers off the loss at home in New England to take on the Patriots.
This game is going to end 17-13. I don't know who's going to win, but I promise you it's going to be 17-13. Just the most boring offense that you want to watch. I kid, but Pittsburgh should win this game.
Which Aaron Rodgers are we going to see?
Game manager Aaron Rodgers,
or great in New York?
Yeah, look,
not so great in week 2.
Aaron Rodgers is probably going to be a good quarterback this year. I know that seems weird given how we just saw him play so poorly for the Jets, but I think Aaron Rodgers is going to be a serviceable quarterback, and the Steelers are probably going to go to the playoffs. But if they lose to the Patriots, they probably won't go to the playoffs.
No, Derek May started off pretty good.
Yeah, Drake May's been...
Did I say Derek? Yeah.
Drake May. Yes. Drake May is good. They need more talent. That's the easiest way.
But they're better.
They're better than last year, but last year got Gerard Mayo fired.
Yes. Okay, fair enough. All right, I'm going to take the Steelers too. All right, game of the week, perhaps Rams in Philadelphia, a rematch of the divisional game last year, a game in which the Rams really could have won that game in Philadelphia. Nobody talks about that. Eagles go on and win the Super Bowl. The Rams were knocking on the door 10 yards away from winning that game and maybe going to a Super Bowl themselves.
That was the game where it was like snowing,
It
right?
was best game of the postseason.
My God, I hate so much that it snows during playoff games in the NFL. Like the whole season is built around this giant competition of skill, and then you get to the playoffs and it's a blizzard. And I'm like, this is not representative at all of these teams. But you're right, the Rams almost did pull off the win. I think they are probably one of the 3 or 4 best teams in the NFC, if I had to guess right now. But the NFC's just got a jumbled bucket of teams that are all going to be kind of together.
Right,
so
who are you picking?
I would go with the Eagles, but that's because I'm a coward.
Eagles at home. I think it's a tough one for the Rams to get early on in this one. I'm going to go Philadelphia as well. All right, Jets and Bucks. As you said, Bucks off to a 2-0 start. Baker Mayfield has led his team to some last-minute dramatics first couple weeks of the year. Jets seem as hapless as anybody in the league.
Yes, I want to so badly believe that Justin Fields is finally going to be able to turn it around, but Justin Fields is now out with a concussion, so I will definitely not be taking the Tyrod Taylor Jets to win.
All right, I got to go Bucks too. Raiders in Washington, our nation's capital, to take on the Commanders.
Marcus Mariota revenge game.
That's right, no Jaden Daniels in this one.
No Jaden Daniels for the Commandos. I think that you know what? I'll throw the Raiders a bone. I think Geno Smith is gonna pull something out and get the win. I also just don't think the Commanders are as good as everyone thinks they are. And now they don't even have Jaden Daniels, so
True.
I'll go with the Raiders in an upset. I think, right?
I gotta assume yes. The spread is 2.5 right now for the Commanders. I'm gonna go Commanders in this one. Geno Smith has 4 interceptions already in this year. I think he has a couple more picks on the road, and Marcus Mariota has not had the NFL career that you might think from a Heisman Trophy winner, but I think he gets the job done.
Yeah, I like Marcus Mariota so much, and it's cool that he's still around, right? It looked like he was kind of out of the league, or at least headed that direction for a while, so I'm glad that he's kind of found a home somewhere.
Yep. All right, Falcons in Carolina to take on the Panthers, who played better than expected last week, but still 0-2.
This might be the yuckiest game of the week. I mean, woof. I think the Falcons are probably going to win because genuinely, I think the Panthers might have the worst defense in the NFL. Yeah. There was one play last week against the Cardinals where it was like the end of the half, so they played like 4 safeties back, and they just let a Cardinal run past all their safeties.
They gave Arizona a game last week.
Yeah, but they also were down 27-3.
But the final score was 28-22.
I think they might have the worst defense in the NFL. So I guess go Bijan Robinson fantasy owners. I don't know.
Michael Penix Jr. has to play better.
I don't think he's played bad. I think he's just a serviceable quarterback right now.
Did you watch the Monday night game?
I watched very little of it.
Okay.
Or the Sunday night game.
He needs to play better.
Yes.
All right, but I'm going to go with Atlanta too. All right, Texans and the Jaguars. This one's in Jacksonville.
There's just no way the 0-2 Texans are going to lose to
What's happened to them? Because this was a team on the rise, and C.J. Stroud was thought of the next great quarterback in the league, and they gave Kansas City everything they could handle in a playoff game. I mean, for them to be 0-2 right now is, I won't say shocking, but it's disappointing.
Yeah, I mean, they're not as good as they've been in past years, which is probably a good reason to not trade your all-pro left tackle if you're trying to protect your star quarterback. But they lost to the Rams. No real shame in that. They had
a chance to win that game.
Yeah, exactly.
Late.
Last second loss to the Bucks. That's, again, I think the Bucks and them are kind of the same caliber of team.
Who is the more disappointing young quarterback? I already know the answer to this one. When you're looking at Trevor Lawrence or C.J. Stroud, it's Trevor Lawrence just with the body of work. C.J. Stroud has had a good career. He's not off to a good start this year. Some people feel like he's regressed, but Trevor Lawrence is a guy who got the unbelievable contract and certainly has not played anywhere near it.
I'm willing to throw look, this conversation came up yesterday of like, when are we going to start blaming Trevor Lawrence? And I'm like, as long as he's on the Jaguars, I'm going to keep giving him a pass because the Jaguars just keep failing him at every turn. And the one time they had a kind of stable organization, they won a playoff game with him. So I'm just going to blame it all on the Jaguars. But to your point, more disappointing than Stroud.
Sure. But these are two quarterbacks who have a lot put on them, obviously, and we'll see if they can turn things around here. I am going to take Jacksonville in this game.
Ooh.
I'm going to take Jacksonville in this game.
I can't see the Texans going to 0-3.
If they go 0-3, their season's over. They're not getting in the playoffs.
It's the AFC South.
They're not going to break the 8% rule.
Probably not, but someone has to win the AFC South, and I don't think it's going to be Daniel Jones.
All right, we'll find out. Broncos and Chargers. This might be the other best game of the week on the docket. This game is in LA. It's SoFi. You got the Broncos, who should be 2-0. You got the Chargers, who are 2-0. You've got two Oregon quarterbacks going after it with Bo Nixon and Justin Herbert. Who you like in this one?
You know, doing a 4-hour show with you, Scott, I think my biggest takeaway from today is that you are just infuriated that the Broncos got that game taken away from them.
I don't like
week.
seeing refs determining games. And again, was it the right call technically? It was. Was it a call that should have been made? Probably not. I mean, I just hate to see a game blatantly change on one call.
No, I understand. And the fact that they were in the game with the Colts might be cause for concern,
Sure.
but I'm just going to roll with the Chargers until further notice. They look really, really good, both on offense and defense so far.
And it's not like Denver looked great against the Titans in week 1 either, because they did not.
No, I mean, they pulled away towards the end, but the Titans, I mean...
No, are not a good team.
The film nerds who I've seen, you know, I follow some of them, are like, this Titans team is really bad.
Yeah. And I think Jim Harbaugh can get the Chargers to a Super Bowl.
The AFC, it's tough. It's a tough road.
I understand. I mean, are they a notch below right now? Buffalo, Baltimore, probably. Are they a notch below Kansas City? Well, they beat Kansas City already this year.
I guess I dare you to pick them in a playoff game against Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid. I dare you as a tortured Charger fan.
That's true. That is true. All right, I like them this week. Saints and Seahawks. This one's in Seattle.
You asked me earlier, will the Browns win a game this year? And I said they'll probably win a couple. The Saints might not win a game.
Is this your lock of the week?
This was, I joked yesterday with Jose. I'll just take whoever's playing against the Saints.
If you're in a survivor pool.
Yes,
I'm taking Seattle.
I'm just picking against the Saints every week.
All right.
So I will take the Seahawks. Not because the Seahawks are necessarily impressive. Their offense looks kind of spotty, but the Saints are the worst team in football.
All right. Cowboys and the Bears. You know what? The Cowboys could be 2-0. I was impressed with how well they played on opening night against Philadelphia. They gave the Eagles a game. They could have won that game. They ran the ball extremely well. Obviously, it was an awkward start to that whole game with Jalen Carter and all of that. But Dak Prescott played well. He's played well so far this year. The Cowboys, they've impressed me a little bit. The game against the Giants, okay, you could say that's kind of like an indie game. Okay, they were playing the Giants. They found the way to win. Great game. Best game so far of the NFL season. The Bears, to me, are the most disappointing team in the league, and Caleb Williams is the most overrated quarterback. I'm going to take Dallas in this one.
So you talked about earlier how the Raiders have been such a hard team to gauge for you, and for me, the Cowboys have just been so tough to pin down what this team is. Because normally you'd say you lose Micah Parsons, your team is going to regress. But the other flip side is like, we're going to rally together and be a little bit better than expected. I mean, they don't have the talent.
They got some help on the D-line with that trade.
Yep, Kenny Clark comes in. They do not have the talent to win the Super Bowl.
No,
by any stretch. But
I'm not saying
they could be a playoff team in the NFC. They could win 5 games.
The one thing we know is the Bears aren't.
Probably not.
No,
I would say that's been probably the most disappointing start so far to this season. The vibes are not good for the Bears, but I'll take the Bears this week. Why not?
All right, they're at home.
Just see what
Nothing
happens.
Else. Fair enough. We'll save Cardinals and Niners. You got the Chiefs in New York. It's a must-win situation for Kansas City. The Giants, it's a must-win for them too. You could say it 0-2. You got to go Chiefs in this one.
I mean, I dare you. I dare anyone listening right now to pick the Giants, the New York Giants, over the 6-time AFC champion Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah, I can't do that. All I will say is, even with great teams, when you get off to a poor start to a season, sometimes seasons just take on a life of their own. I've seen that broadcasting many different teams, and it's like sometimes you just can't ever recover from that. I'm not saying the Chiefs are in that spot right now. I mean, they've played Los Angeles, they played Chargers, and they've played Philadelphia, so they should win this one.
Well, it's like Chiefs fans like to joke. They still have 14 more practices and scrimmages left to sort it out before the games actually start mattering.
All right, let's look at the Monday night game. This is a good one. Detroit's in Baltimore to take on the Ravens. Both teams 1-1 right now. Baltimore could easily be 2-1. They just absolutely gave that one away in Buffalo. What do you think?
I am not the biggest Lions person coming into the season. I actually thought they would miss the playoffs, but respect where respect is due. They scored 52 on the Chicago Bears last week. So that offense, I believe it's not a first-time play caller, but like hasn't been a primary play caller in years.
Yeah, but Matt Campbell's still.
Yeah, man, Campbell's there. I mean, he's not really the play caller, but I mean, look, I think David Shaw also is like their passing game coordinator now, former Stanford coach, which was kind of surprising to see. But I'm going to roll with the Ravens until further notice. That's the team where it's like they're going to lose some games, but I'm never going to pick against them. They're just so amazing.
I'm going to take Baltimore too at home on a Monday night. I think they are the better team, but I mean, the Lions are still going to be there when it factors in at the end. That's a good matchup on Monday night for sure. All right. The game we left for the final one here, Cardinals and 49ers, a game you'll hear right here on Sacktown Sports. It's a 1:25 kickoff. We'll have the pregame beginning at 12:25. Who do you like, Cardinals and Niners?
I think I'm going to take the Cardinals.
Ooh.
I think I'm going to take Arizona. And this, I joked earlier this week, this is going to be a classic game of who wants to blow the lead in the fourth quarter more, because sitting on leads has not been the specialty for Kyle Shanahan nor Jonathan Gannon teams over the past few years. But I just think the best unit on the field is the Arizona Cardinal offense. Yep. And either the 49er defense is going to respond. There was some stat I had that like Kyler Murray rushing his career against the 49ers has been historically very good, whether it's Salah, D'Amico.
He killed them last year.
Yeah.
It was a game that, I mean, the Niners were in control of early on. And
yeah, I think they
just came right back.
One of those, I think one of the Super Bowl years, they beat them randomly in San Francisco or Santa Clara, whatever.
Sure.
Rushing. So Kyler in 8 games his career against the Niners, 422 rushing yards, 7.4 yards per attempt, and 3 rushing touchdowns. So if you can steal the edge, you can contain Kyler Murray, and he's got a problem with throwing it away. But I still think the Cardinals offense is really, really good.
Well,
and they're probably going to win.
And of course, for the Niners, we don't know who's quarterbacking yet. It feels like it'll be Mac Jones. They haven't formally announced that yet. All sorts of injuries for the 49ers. No George Kittle in this game. Of course, Ayuk continues to be out. McCaffrey is healthy. So that's a big deal for them. But the wide receiving crew just isn't where it's going to be at the end of the season. I'm still going to go with the 49ers in this one. I don't know. I think Mac Jones will do just fine again. It's one thing against New Orleans. I get that, but I just feel like he fits in San Francisco. I feel like he'll have a good game. I think the Niners at home are going to win this one and get the 3-0.
The other interesting thing, I don't remember exactly what the number is, but I think the Cardinals are like 1-11 or 2-10 against the NFC West under Jonathan Gannon. Now, obviously, they haven't had the same amount of talent in past years as they do this year, but it is just interesting of note that they have not played super well against the NFC West.
Yeah, that'll be a real dividing game here because, again, the winner of this game gets to 3-0 in the NFC West, which, right now is one of the best divisions in football. I mean, the AFC West is the best, probably. But the NFC West, you've got 3 teams that are 2-0 and the other one's 1-1.
And for the 49ers, they could walk away from their most devastating stretch of injuries, fingers crossed, and possibly be unscathed with a big division win against both the Seahawks and the Arizona Cardinals.
Yep. All right. So we've gone through the week for you. You're welcome for that. The Survivor, let's see here. Pick against the Saints.
Pick against the Saints. Say also if you do play, I don't play Survivor, but if you do, save the Packers. You're going to need the Packers later in the season.
You can't save in Survivor. That's the one thing I will tell you. You have to pick the one game that you think is the ultimate lock. You cannot. It's survive in advance in Survivor. That's why they call it Survivor. So if you think the Packers are the biggest lock, take them. The challenge with that one is the Packer on the road. Cleveland at times can be a difficult place to play. Not
almost beat
Green
the
Bay's going to win, but yeah. So anyways, all right, that's going to do it for our NFL breakdown. We'll take the break, come back. We're going to talk college football. It's a big week in college football as well. My broadcast partner for the UC Davis games, former college quarterback Scott Gordon, joins me when we return. It's the Alan Stiles Show right here, Sacktown Sports 1140.
Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room with primetime football. It's back. Capital Casino is giving away $500 per game and high hand bonuses for every Sunday, Monday, and Thursday night primetime game, offering the best food, best service, and the best action with the most variety of games in the region and conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com and please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
When I was a kid, I remember my dad, a lineman, leaving in the middle of the night. Families were depending on him to get their power back on to keep them safe and warm. Watching him taught me that this work isn't just about wires and circuits. It's about people and the trust they place in us when the lights go out. That's why I started Maverick Electric Heating and Air, to carry on that same promise of showing up, doing it right, and protecting families when they need us most. Visit callamaverick.com.
Paid non-attorney spokesperson. Paid for by Action Matters.
Attention former and present inmates of women's prisons in California. If you are currently or were an inmate of Central California Women's Facility in Chowchilla, also known as Chowchilla Women's Facility, Valley State Prison for Women in Chowchilla, Institute for Women in Chino, or Folsom Women's Facility in Represa, and were a victim of sexual abuse, now is the time to come forward, as you may be entitled to substantial financial compensation. If you were an inmate at any of these prisons at any time and were subjected to sexual abuse from staff members, you may be entitled to substantial cash compensation. Call our California Women's Prison Helpline now at 800-408-1240. The deadline to file a claim may be close. Call now to get the justice, closure, and the financial settlement you deserve. Even if it was long ago, call our law firm's Women's Prison Sexual Abuse Helpline right now at 800-408-1240. 800-408-1240. 800-408-1240.
For over 90 years, Hagen Oaks has partnered with the biggest brands in golf to bring cutting-edge technology to your game. Our one-of-a-kind total game fitting offers a level of experience and precision that is unmatched. From driver to putter, footwear to golf balls, our TrackMan-powered performance studios, 3D footwear scanner, and Ping's Ballnamic ball fitting kiosk ensure every piece of your gear is tailored to your swing. Trust the experts at the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Total game fitting starts here.
There's no better way to experience the beauty of Northern California than in a brand new Jeep. And people are coming from all over for the Drive in a Fall event at Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram because they've got the best prices in town, the biggest selection, and unmatched customer service. And right now, 0% financing, 0% APR financing for 60 months on Jeep Grand Cherokee 3-row, centrally located right across from Hagen Oaks Golf Course, and online at SacSuperstore.com. Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. It's the place where a handshake still means something. Financing and approved credit. Grand Cherokee 1401 per $1,000 borrowed.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents it's local, but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation.
Groundworks, official foundation repair company of Cal Athletics.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Hey everybody, it's Kyle Draper for Bell Brothers, the No Surprise guys. Right now is the perfect time to upgrade your heating and cooling system. They offer $2,500 off. Plus, if you get a new system, they'll throw in a free 50-gallon water heater. They handle all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Bell Brothers, the No Surprise guys. Visit nosurpriseguys.com.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sacktown Sports.
Welcome back into the Alan Stiles Show. A half hour to go. You've made it through 3.5 hours. If you've made it this far, you might as well stay through to 2 o'clock. We've got the Drive Guys coming on 2 to 6. Hope you enjoyed our NFL breakdown. Got you ready for Sunday. Now we want to get you ready for Saturday, a big week in college football, week 4 on the docket. We've got 2 local games here, as we've got UC Davis at home, 7 o'clock kickoff, taking on Southern Utah. And we've got Sacramento State at home, 6 o'clock kickoff. They'll take on Central Arkansas. And, of course, a bunch of other top 25 games as well. We'll break it all down for you. Scott Gordon, who does the radio games with me for Sacktown Sports, and we're actually doing the TV game over on the Channel 58 side tomorrow night. We'll have the broadcast there. He'll be joining us in just a moment as we look at the top 25. And it's not a great week for top 25 action. There are a couple of real good top 25 matchups, though, as you've got number 9 Illinois, number 19 Indiana. That's a great story. And also in the top 25, you've got Auburn at Oklahoma. So those will be a couple of good ones. We'll break that all down. All right. Without further ado, here is my broadcast partner, Scott Gordon. Scott, good to talk to you. I know you were out on the golf course a little bit earlier.
Yeah, first time, long time. Good to be on with you. Thanks for taking the call. I was doing game prep on the golf course today.
Yep.
Just trying to get myself mentally ready. You know?
Normally it's a round at Del Paso to get you ready for the broadcast. Is that how that works?
Yeah, and unfortunately, all 3 people in my group had affiliations to UC Davis, so I felt like I was really getting some good intel. So it was good.
That's awesome. You know, one of the things we were talking about today, I had a chance to play Edgewood yesterday. That's always a special opportunity. As I told people, I've played a lot of courses. Edgewood is my favorite course. If I had one course I wanted to play, it would be Edgewood. What's your favorite course?
I think I told you yesterday, I love Edgewood. I've only played it twice, but we used to have a place in Truckee, and I love Old Greenwood.
Yeah, great course.
Where they played the Barracuda.
Yep.
And, if you play it around the time of the tournament, as you and I have talked about, it's a difficult course, but I'm kind of partial to it because I played it a lot. But I think on both of our lists, if I had to pick one spot that I know I'll probably never get on, but anything, if I ever could get on the front or back 9 of Augusta, that is literally the dream.
Well, of course, that's everybody's dream, and that's what it is, Scott. It's a dream.
Absolutely it is. No doubt about it. Yeah. If the members are only getting to play it 3 months a year, that gives us pretty much no shot the rest of the year.
Yeah, so. It's not happening, but at least you can go there in April if you win the lottery. So
that's true.
There you go. All right. So let's talk college football. As we know, we've got UC Davis tomorrow night. We'll talk a little local football, then we'll break it out top 25. For the Aggies tomorrow night, Southern Utah, it's the home opener. You and I have traveled seemingly 1 million miles in the first few weeks of the college season with the Ags in Alabama. We've been in Utah. We went to UW a couple of weeks ago. Aggies are 1-1. They had the no contest game. Southern Utah comes in 1-2. They've lost 2 really close games. How do you break this one down tomorrow night?
This one, remember last year, Coach Plow loves fight night, and we were on the road in Southern Utah last year. He did the Mickey Ward Arguello fight, and it was just a knockdown, drag-out fight. And, you and I both talked to Delane Fitzgerald, one of our favorite conversations we get, when we work on the TV side, we get to talk to the other coach. And if you ran into Delane Fitzgerald at, the gas station or the supermarket, within 2 seconds, you'd be like, oh, that guy coaches football. And his team is going to be tough. I think both teams, candidly, for UC Davis, regardless of all that travel and taking on the ESPN game, that no decision against Mercer is looming big for this game because this is a late game. People are going to pay attention to it. And if you're Southern Utah, let's face it, they were preseason top 25, finished last year on a 3-game win streak, 7-5 overall, blew out Idaho State in the home opener, and then have lost the last 2 games by 3 points. Delane Fitzgerald is back against the wall, and I think Tim Plow and the UC Davis team, we're still trying to figure out exactly who they are. They lost a lot more than people think. They got a great offensive line. They did a great job recruiting. I think it's going to be very similar to the last 2 years. Last year's final was 24-21. Aggies trailed at one point in that game, 14-3. Halftime, 14-6. Got a late turnover to win. And obviously 2 years ago, the final was 23-21. I expect Saturday to be no different. I really, even though the personalities of the team are a little different, and that I think Southern Utah is going to throw the ball more, and I think the Aggies are probably going to try to pound the rock more, because it looks like from the University of San Diego win and the NAU win that you can run on Southern Utah, which is different than Miles Hastings throwing for 4,000 last year. They're going to do different things, but I expect the outcome to be within a field goal or 6 points. It's going to be a very tough football game.
Yeah, it's a big game for both teams, and obviously UC Davis at home. One of the things they say, you cannot afford to lose a home game and expect to make the playoffs. All right, Sacramento State's at home as well tomorrow night. They've got Central Arkansas. What do you make of the Hornets early on this year? Obviously, they had a very, very tough loss in Nevada, a game they easily could have won on the road before winning at home last week.
Well, another team that's, in the rankings, even though they have a losing record because they lost in Nevada. They won last week against Mercyhurst. Central Arkansas is a must-win for them. You cannot start Big Sky League play with a 1-3 record, especially at home. There's so much hype around the team, so many transfers in. I think they're starting to settle in at quarterback a little bit. Both quarterbacks are playing better, both Jaden Rashada and the transfer from Tulsa. Their defense has been pretty sound. I mean, you think about it, week one, they go to South Dakota State, who I think has the FCS longest home winning streak, and they lose 20-3, but they did a pretty good job of staying in the game, and that was the defense. And then the defense did a great job again against Nevada. Their offense finally opened up a little bit. I'd like to see the go-go offense go. But they've got to get this win against a very important, because right after this, they could run off a couple in a row if you look at the schedule. So you want to go into league play with at least a 500 record. And again, as you and I have watched over the years, what you do in September matters. People remember how you played in your non-conference. And to go into your conference and you're 1-3 and you don't get to play everybody in the Big Sky, they've got to get a win this Saturday and go 2-2. And I think for both UC Davis and Sac State, they're home. The students should be there. Their night games should be great weather. There's no reason not to go out and watch one of these two games.
Yeah, plenty of good football in our area. All right, let's look top 25 now as we talk with Scott Gordon, who does the analyst work for UC Davis football. We've got 3 top 25 matchups: Texas Tech's at Utah, Auburn's at Oklahoma, and then rounding out the top 25, I know the game you're paying particular attention to, a Big Ten matchup. Number 9, Illinois is at number 19, Indiana. You have a feel for this one. Your son is a student at Indiana, so you know this program well. It's a school that's known for basketball, but right now they're 3-0, and they're a threat in the Big Ten. I don't know if they can compete against Ohio State or Penn State when it's all said and done, but this is a good football team.
Well, face it, they're 6.5-point favorites. You don't think Brett Bielema, the coach at Illinois, isn't saying, hey, guys, we've played a tougher schedule, yet Indiana, who just beat Indiana State, they are 6.5-point favorites. So he's going to have a chip on his shoulder. He did a great job at Wisconsin. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for him at Arkansas. But, yeah, 2 weeks in a row, obviously called the Washington game with you for UC Davis, saw 70 points on the scoreboard. Last week, I was fortunate enough to leave at halftime with the Hoosiers leading 45-0 over the Sycamores. And I asked my buddy, I said, do you think any of these kids know who the most famous Sycamore is? And he shook his head, no, of course it's Larry Bird. But, Indiana, if they're going to be taken seriously, they have got to play a good football game because, yes, they played Washington and Michigan the year before, and they beat them both at home. But they get Illinois at home. They're riding a 3-game win streak. They've got to go on the road to Penn State. They've got to go on the road to Oregon. They're going to be underdogs in both of those games. Here's an opportunity for them to actually try to prove themselves on the national scene. It's a 4:30 kick. It's on NBC, so the whole country can watch Curt Cignetti and his team. And I tell you what, you and I saw Mendoza, Fernando Mendoza play quarterback for Cal last year. He's really starting to come into his own. The team has Elijah Surratt at wide receiver. He's fantastic. I think it's going to be a great football game, but Indiana has got to show up because when they had 2 opportunities on national stage last year, they didn't. And with those 2 looming games on the road, they've got to get this one to really have people say, are they really a top 15 team or are they kind of a 20-25 team? No doubt about it. And then the other 2 games are going to be great. We'll find out about Texas Tech and Utah, both well coached and tough. And Auburn getting the win already this year on the road at Baylor. They get another opportunity to see who they are, and obviously didn't go to a bowl game, ended up with a losing record last year. They'd like nothing more than to get another quality win.
No doubt. In Oklahoma, 3-0 at home too. They got a big win over Michigan earlier this year. So it should be another fun week college football wise. Scott, look forward to seeing you tomorrow night out at UC Davis Health Stadium.
I can't wait for it. Good to be on with you, Scott.
All right, Scotty, take care. That's Scott Gordon, again, our color analyst here on Sacktown Sports for UC Davis football. Enjoy working with him every week. We'll take the break. We come back. We're cross-talking as Kevin Gleason will be here. We'll wrap things up on the Alan Stiles Show right here, Sacktown Sports 1140.
Carmichael Dave here for my friends at American Energy Heating and Air. Yes, I always tell you they are a family-owned operation, been in business since 81, A-plus Better Business Bureau, but it is hot. We're in those Sacramento hot months. I want to focus on them being your second opinion partner. What does that mean? Maybe you've got somebody you're working with or you've worked with in the past in the HVAC world. Guess what? They want to give you a second opinion. How much does it cost? Nothing. You call them up and say, hey, can I get a second opinion on this deal? They come out and they either say, wow, that's a great deal, you should feel better about that. Or they say, we can beat that price. And usually they're going to beat it by a lot. Guess what? You just saved money and it didn't cost you anything to find out. It's a no-lose situation. Go with a trusted company. American Energy, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Jingle Singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
If you're not looking for a brand new car, at Elk Grove Honda, we've acquired some of the best pre-owned cars we can find. We've kept only the best of our trades, and our buyer has found some of the finest pre-owned Hondas available in Northern California. You can see for yourself at elkgrovehonda.com. Whether you purchase a brand new Honda or a like-new pre-owned Honda, your car buying experience will be the same. we have the right Honda at the right price. You'll find us in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 and Elk Grove Boulevard.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Listen to the 49er Rewind daily, brought to you by Mountain Mike's Pizza, the official pizza of the 49ers. Mountain Mike's Pizza, pizza the way it ought to be. Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sacktown Sports.
Welcome back into the Alan Stiles Show. Scott Marsh here, filling in final segment.
Scott Marsh.
That's the first time we've heard that all day long here. I appreciate that, Kevin. I appreciate you coming in for crosstalk because, I know
anything for a Dodger fan, Scott.
Yeah, you've been doing it all week long. It doesn't matter who's been in the other chair. You have showed up faithfully the entire time.
Yeah, in fact,
so I appreciate that.
Last week I was in that chair during this time. So
we should have switched chairs during the break. There's no question about that.
I filled in for Chris, who was filling in for Alan. So thanks for helping us out and getting the ball matriculated down the field.
No doubt. It's been a lot of fun. And I like matriculating the ball down the field. So if anybody can do that. Who was the great coach? It was the Kansas City coach.
Hank Stram
who said that. Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
That was his word, matriculating the football down the field.
I'm still not sure what that means, but
it sounds good.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, let's get into it. A few things here. First off, we'll get your Niner stuff. I know you're going to be talking about it with Kyle coming up on the drive, guys. But let's talk baseball. You're a baseball guy.
Mm-hmm.
We're getting into it tonight. Giants, Dodgers. Kershaw announcing his retirement. His last game against the Giants. His last game at Dodger Stadium.
Regular season.
That's true. Giants and Dodgers still could match up. Do you think the Giants still have a postseason chance here?
No.
Okay.
Obviously, mathematically, sure.
Sure. It's a Jim Carrey's got a chance.
In my opinion, it's hard to make the postseason when you get one hit every 9 innings. I just think
it's a great point.
It's a challenge.
It really is.
I mean, they almost pulled it off last night.
Yeah, but they had like 10 walks in that game too.
Yeah.
So, okay.
What do you think of my Vin Scully? Clayton Kershaw.
I like it. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, it's good. I don't know Clayton's middle name, but I think Vin might have thrown that in.
He
somewhere.
might have. Yeah.
But no, that is good. That is real good. All right. So Clayton Kershaw has obviously been a Giants killer throughout the years. We were talking about greatest left-handers of all time. Where do you think Kershaw ranks?
Well, I'm trying to overcome even though my mom was a great Dodger fan, trying to overcome my Dodger bias. She was a huge Dodger fan.
Oh, wow. Good for her.
Huge Dodger fan. She's no longer with us, but huge Dodger fan. I try to keep that in mind.
Yes.
I don't think he's up there. He's great. No question. Sure. He's in the conversation and all that. Yeah. Steve Carlton came to mind. I know you had some people that mentioned him.
Yep.
Trying to go back to guys that I didn't see, but were aware of. Lefty Grove and like Warren Spahn won 363 games. That's pretty good. But he's definitely up there. I saw something today. Somebody asked a question. You can always ask the question. Is he the greatest Dodger ever, Clayton Kershaw? It's like, no, he's
not close on that list.
No,
he's not. I can say that for a fact. He's not close on that list.
Mm-hmm.
Is he the greatest Dodger pitcher of all time? You can make that argument. I think most Dodger fans feel it's still Sandy Koufax, even though Kershaw's numbers are better. Koufax still had the better playoff run and 5 years of dominance that will never be overmatched.
That's if there's a blemish on Clayton Kershaw's resume, it would be a lack of postseason success.
Well, and probably the closest lefty of his era is Madison Bumgarner, who wasn't nearly as good a regular season pitcher as Kershaw, but was a way better postseason pitcher.
Yeah. And he was more of he's a fine pitcher, but more hard stuff. And Kershaw had the ability to blow up by it, but he also had that finesse.
Yeah.
Here's a name I thought of when you guys were talking about great lefties.
Yes.
And this guy didn't play long enough. He's not even going to be in the Hall of Fame, but like 04, 05, 06, he was unbelievable. Johan Santana.
Oh, yeah, he was.
Man, he was
What
great.
happened to that guy?
He got hurt a little bit, and he just fell off. He'd been just absolutely dominant, and then he went to the Mets, and he was still really good. Then he got hurt, and he was done. So I think he won 130-something games. So he was great, but then it was just he pitched 12 years, and, he just didn't do enough to have numbers that compared to some of the guys that did what he did for a longer period. But in that stretch there, woo, man, threw the first no-hitter in Mets history, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right. And, locally, CC Sabathia, I mean, where would you put him? Like, he's not on any list, but I mean, he was a great pitcher.
Yeah, on the list of great lefties.
Yeah.
Are we going to put him at the top? No, but you're going to talk about great lefties.
Got to mention him.
CC from Vallejo certainly deserves a spot on that list.
Agreed. All right, you're a Padres fan. I think, as much as I'm a Dodgers fan, I think the Padres have a better postseason chance than the Dodgers right now, only because the Dodgers, their relief pitching is just atrocious right now. The Padres, that's their strength, and I think that really rises up in the postseason.
Yeah, their starting pitching has been really
it's been
shaky.
atrocious.
But it applies to the Dodgers, it applies to the Padres, it applies to the Giants, as Giants fans know too well. I was talking to our buddy Bill Horrenda. I was exchanging texts with him this week because he's a Mets fan. There's a handful of teams in the National League that have been so streaky.
Yeah.
Even your Dodgers, they're going to probably win the division.
Sure.
They went through stretchers like, wow, they're not very good.
Not at all.
And then you could say that about all, and the Giants were really not very good. Wow, they're great. And they're terrible again.
Yeah, exactly.
There's been a lot of that going on, and I don't know why.
And in a 3-game series, who knows? I mean, just roll out the dice. Really, I think.
Roll out the dice, Stratomatic.
Stratomatic. I love the Stratomatic.
It's a great game.
It really was. There's nothing like moving the football pieces down the field. I don't know.
So you say was, I say is. One of my daughters gave it to me recently for Father's Day or something. Yeah.
That's a great gift. That is an awesome, awesome gift. All right. Obviously, a lot of football talk. I know you and Kyle are going to get into it. One thing I like, I'm not as much into fantasy as I am survivor leagues, just because I like watching teams rooting for teams to win versus players against teams.
You didn't pick Buffalo this week, did you? Well, actually, you're okay.
I did take Buffalo.
Okay.
I did, but it was nerve-wracking when it became 21-all. And then
a little dicey.
They had to punt the football, and of course, then it just broke down for the Dolphins. I mean, that roughing the punter just absolutely took them out of the game. I guess first question, does Mike McDaniel survive until next Sunday?
I think he does.
Okay.
They looked pretty good.
They played well.
Yes. And they responded, that didn't look like a team that had given up on their coach, and they've got an easier schedule coming up. Yeah. That coach quarterback tandem is a little iffy, but I don't think the coach is the biggest problem there in my opinion.
I agree. And, a lot of times, especially at the college level, they won't allow players to talk until after games or whatever. They limit their exposure. I mean, if for Miami, that's what I would do with Mike McDaniel. I would allow him to talk maybe 10 minutes after, a game, something like that. But during the week, no availability.
Yeah.
I mean, I think his issues
are to win the game, not lose the game.
His issues are as much off the field as they are on the field. I think. I mean, that's like the question marks about him are more about his press conferences and what he says versus how he's coaching.
Yeah. I think he saved his job. We'll see.
Right.
But I think, with the easy schedule coming up, I think he'll be around for a while, unless, they lay another egg.
No doubt, which is entirely possible.
Yeah.
All right. Your survivor pick
for this week.
I know Buffalo, you chose Buffalo. I get that. But if it's not Buffalo, who?
Yeah. Well, obviously I have an advantage starting from scratch, whereas you guys have already had a couple weeks here. This week, I think I'd go with, isn't Green Bay playing Cleveland?
They are.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a great lock right there. Kyle says anybody who plays against the Saints is a pretty good lock as well. You can't go wrong with Green Bay. Are they the best team in the league?
Yeah, I think they are. It's awfully early and they've already had a couple of injuries, wide receiver injuries. But right now, yes, they look like they made that trade for Micah Parsons. Why? Because they wanted to enter the exclusive club, the elite teams in the NFC, and I think they made it. I think they're there.
I agree with you. Offense, defensive wise, I think they have been. I mean, you can't say the champs aren't the champs until they're not the champs. I get that, but I think Green Bay is the best team right now. Speaking of the champs, they play the Rams. That might be the best game of the week. What do you think?
Keep your eye on the tush push. I think we're going to maybe see that this week.
We're going to see some flags? Is the NFL going to start officiating that differently after what was exposed after the Kansas City game?
I understand that, and then the NFL has come out.
I mean, if that was you're already outside the room before the ball snapped.
I know, that's the thing, whether it's the tush push or not. It's not because the tush push is so hard to officiate. when one team jumps before the ball snap, that you throw a flag. I don't care if it's Statue of Liberty or a punch or the tush push, right? It's not that complicated.
I agree with you. All right, we're wrapping up here. Final question for you. We were talking also just about golf course. I got a chance to play Edgewood yesterday. It's my favorite course.
That's right, with Carmichael Dave?
With Carmichael Dave.
Did you whoop him?
Oh, I whooped him bad.
There you go.
He got longest drive, though. What's your favorite golf course?
He hit the cart path?
6 times. What's your favorite course? You had to pick one course to play. What would you play?
I love Ansel Hoffman.
It's a great course.
Yeah,
It's like a country club, but it's public right here in our area. If you love hitting trees, it's perfect.
It's a great course.
It is
my
a
buddy
great
David
course.
Sutherland used to say, I love this course. And
It
I
is
was
a great
kind of,
course.
took my cue from him.
And I love it's very walkable, too.
Yeah.
That's a good call. All right, what are we expecting from the drive guys today?
Today, we're going to be talking about what Jonathan Kuminga's agent has been saying, and we'll find out, hey, is Brock Purdy playing? Do the 49ers need him to play? That and more coming up with Kyle Draper and Whitey Drive Guys. Next on Sacked on Sports.
Oh, thank you. I'm not used to the chair. Thank you for finishing.
Don't forget my podcast.
Got to go.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturer,